And it was so much fun to see, particularly the crowd sort of getting behind as we have a bit of an earthquake here in Los Angeles. So we're just going to make sure that our studio lights, everything stays safe, everything's shaking. You good, Mylan? Everybody good? All right, thank you so much for bearing with us through that. Our studio was shaking just a little bit. Tarsi, if you're still good in the studio and in the everyone's still good. All right, so this is what I want to show you now. Rebecca, I appreciate you just bearing with us here. Periscope report.
In his first televised interview since stepping down from the 2024 presidential race, Biden told in an interview on his Truth Social site, former President Trump said,
You know, they want the American.
"Who's ready for an awesome day?"
Should be. I'm left-handed.
Are you right-handed or left-handed?
She's left-handed.
I thought I was left-handed.
I'm left-handed.
Yo, a southpaw.
I like every trip I see it just to watch it burn. You seen all the hell I seen it make your stomach turn. I think you know this place is gonna rock. I can tell some stories now.
You know, they want the American dream back. More, it just sucks because the people they've been just.
Are we on?
Hello, everybody.
Hey, everybody. Woohoo.
RK, what's up?
RK, I am wearing Astros gear in honor of the longest winning streak in baseball, 6 games in a row. And if it gets cold in here, and it will,
Yeah.
I have my Jose Altuve jersey. Thank
Yes,
you very
sir.
much. Thank you very much. Suck it, haters. That's not for you guys. That's for Astros haters.
Yeah.
Suck it, Astros haters. Hey, my people.
Yep.
Good to see my people represented on a local.
Although I'm not
television
so happy
newscast.
to see your people in there
Yes.
today, but that's just personal.
And some of you know that I am 0.5% Neanderthal, according to 23andMe. So when I see a fellow Neanderthal, just doing something in media, it warms my heart
It
as
does. It
as a
should.
fellow Neanderthal.
I mean, there's not a
and-
lot. You think about it. Caveman lawyer,
Yeah.
the caveman
The
from
Geico caveman, but they mock us. I am
Well-
triggered. I am triggered by those Geico caveman commercials.
I understand.
Yeah, because those are my people.
Morning Roots Rock Reggae.
See, we got Roots Rock Reggae, Travis, Jacob, Tim, Rooster, Kemper, Tim from the
RK.
Philippines, RK. We got 2 Mount Rushmore
Yeah, 3.
legends.
3.
What the hell is Ainsley wearing today? Is it winter?
It's Pantsuit Patty Day.
But look, it's like
Yeah.
a winter.
It is very winterish.
Sky, birds, planes, and migrating ducks. Oh, if you're outside, RK or anybody, look up just above the eastern sky. Jupiter and Mars are this close together. They're very, very close together. Tomorrow, they're going to be on top of each other. Thank you very much.
Little space,
Jupiter and
little
Mars,
SpaceX.
baby. Uh-huh.
Oh, SpaceX. I'm
Cue-
sorry,
cue
SpaceX.
the
brown
the
chicken, brown
erotic
cow.
music.
Look, The Rock, everybody.
Steve DeRocco, the original Rock. THE Rock, the human element. Man's threat, woman's pet. The ultimate object of desire.
Is that his intro when he comes in as a wrestler?
Yeah, so yeah. And his walk-in music is what it's like what is that Soul Stew song from New Orleans? Something Soul Stew. Soul Stew song. Memphis Soul Stew.
Oh, yeah.
That's his walk-up music. Who sang that? By King Curtis and the
King.
Kingpins.
King.
Yes. Yes, we walked out there. It's visible right now because
Yes,
it's
it
still
is.
dark. We walked out there a few minutes ago and looked, and
Thanks, Steve.
it's pretty amazing.
Steve DeRocco,
Memphis
yes.
Soul Stew. That is the
It's good
Rock's.
walkout music for wrestlers.
Because
Wrestling.
can you smell what the Rock is cooking? And the Rock is cooking some Memphis Soul Stew. I'm just
Is
saying.
he walking out stirring it like this?
Yes. Yes.
I like it.
Horse-drawn carriages.
Horse-drawn carriages, everybody.
Kemper is 2 days away from Barry Manilow. 2 days.
She'll be at the Copa.
And what friend is she taking? What's the name of Kemper's friend?
Jolene.
Jolene. Ah,
Jolene.
Dolly Parton.
Jolene.
Dolly Parton will not be pleased, Kemper, that you're taking Jolene. Come on.
No, it's 5 after 5 and EJ's here. Come on. What's going on, man?
That's something. What the hell? His clock must be
Off.
wrong. Yeah. It stopped yesterday before he went to bed. So he thinks he's
Remember
late.
the king of all media tomorrow,
yes
8:20.
in studio.
Yes.
Wow.
Well, he's got to bring our.
Now
Tickets.
it's a Wednesday, and hopefully with the meeting,
Well, he's sorry. There's
because
not enough room. There's not enough room.
I'd even be tempted though to blow out Aaron just to have 2 seconds because he's so good.
Well, it's 20,
Or
20
820 and
40.
840.
Yeah. And we're going to bring up to him, hey, I've got a couple questions for him. How does the city interested in doing a, convention? How do you get a convention, and would it be possible to have one of the Democratic or Republican convention here? Or at the least, Richard, what would it take to get us in the debate column? Can we
Yes.
can we host a debate down here in San
Yes.
Antonio, Texas?
And can Randy Beamer moderate it?
Amen.
Steve DeRocco, day 23. Rock held hostage. Day 23.
From hostage.
Yeah, he has not drank in 23. You got to go for 30 now, Rock.
No, I think 22 is enough.
Get you that 30-day chip. I'm at like I did 4 days in July, and today's the 13th, so 12. I'm day 16 of drinking.
I'm on day 3 of not.
I have drank. I'm not proud, but it's been a rough 16
just,
days.
There's a reason, Chris.
Yeah.
15 days till college football starts. That's right.
Oh my God. Yeah, Rock, go for the 30-day chip, man. That way you can go to an AA meeting with a chip and go, suck it. I got 30 days, everybody. And somebody's going to go, young man, I've got 32 years.
Good for you.
Step aside. Yeah, but he won't say, hold my beer.
Oh, your countdown is wrong, dude.
Okay, what's wrong?
28 days till that September 10th debate. Not 22. I had it for the September 4th that nobody's actually agreed on.
Thanks for the
Yeah,
reminder.
sorry about that.
Everything else all right?
Yeah, everything else is fine. I meant to look it up this morning, but
Steve Duraco, I have something for you that I was going to give you on Sunday at Alamo Cafe, but you didn't show up.
Damn it, Steve.
Going to go until Santa Fe Labor Day weekend. Wow. See, I know I may go on a run. I'm going to see Earth, Wind, and Fire on the 24th, along with Chicago and Houston. We're going on Friday night. Def Leppard, Journey, and Steve Miller Band. So should I stop drinking for 3 days? See, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and should I stop drinking for 4 days?
No.
Since I know that I am.
No.
It's the law.
It is. No.
And, Pags just arrived right now. I'll send it later.
Joe Pags,
everybody.
I thought I felt all the air go out of the studio.
And I would be going to Barry Manilow Thursday night, but I got no more vacation days. I am stuck.
On Band-Aids.
Because Band-Aid stuck on me. That is from Very Strange Medley.
Yes, it is.
Barry wrote that.
Yes, he did. He wrote everything.
Give your face something to smile about with Stridex. Barry wrote that. Wherever you're driving and wherever you're bound, like a good neighbor, Snake Farm is there. Thank you.
See? They should be all over that.
You should write a jingle for the Snake Farm.
Yeah.
We'll have to tell
it's
Barry
not
that.
a brothel.
It's not a brothel, but it's got snakes.
And used to have a gorilla that would flip you off.
Well, they never got those bastards.
I know. I'm shocked by that.
Yeah.
Shocked. $10,000 and they can't find the bastards. Somebody's going to turn them in for the money. I hope.
Thank you, Sam. Coffee is the wonder drug that works wonders
for drugs.
Because management frowns upon crystal meth.
They do for some reason, damn it.
If we would just embrace crystal meth,
we would look like that guy.
Yes. And Kemper, I know you've heard of the Snake Farm urban legend.
Yes.
What it really is.
Allegedly.
You go around back, there's some trailers.
Allegedly.
Yeah.
Why
are there always cars there?
Why?
Why? 2 in the morning, there's cars at the Snake Farm.
All right. Stand by, Chris.
Thank you. Welcome into this beautiful day, Tuesday, August 13th, 2024. underneath a conjunction of Mars and Jupiter. 6 days until the Democratic National Convention in Chicago, 28 days until the September 10th debate between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, 25 days until Taylor Swift's boyfriend opens up the NFL season against the Baltimore Ravens, 79 days until Halloween, and 84 days until the 2024 election. What could possibly go wrong? Charity McCurdy back after sending her daughter onto the bus to first grade for the first time ever. How emotional were you as that bus drove away?
Calmer than last year because I've seen her get on a bus before, but I still got choked up seeing her get whipped away from that school bus and going about her merry way. But she had no fear, was so excited. And I credit summer camp for that because she's been always somewhere doing something, taking instruction from someone. So it's been a seamless transition. My son, he doesn't handle mommy doing drop-offs very well. He cried. He wanted to stay home with me yesterday, but I'm like, no, this is the first day of pre-K, new teacher, new backpack. Come on, this is going to be great. And he survived. He did well, and he was happy when we picked him up. But
any truth to the rumor that you actually followed the school bus to school?
In a helicopter?
In a helicopter?
You know, there's apps for that. You can track the school bus. So
notice how she did not answer the question directly, Chris.
See, I think we need to do a GoFundMe account and get Charity one of those like personal helicopters. It's a one-person helicopter.
Sure.
So to be a helicopter
That way she
mom,
can't see
you should have
you.
an actual
Yeah.
helicopter.
I
can't see
agree.
you.
And nothing
like-
wrong with being a helicopter mom as long as
No.
you're not disrupting classroom
No.
instruction. You know, it's
That's why we need a quiet rotor. So
There
that
you
when the
go.
helicopter's
Yes.
over the school.
Yeah,
you know,
she can't
like,
hear
oh,
you.
There's the heli. It's a very quiet helicopter.
electric helicopter. Yes.
So how much did you cry?
Not much. Just,
much.
you know, I got choked up a little bit, but she was so excited, that she projected that on me. So I was like, okay, she's fine. I'm good. Everything's good. So
I like it.
Very cool. One day in the books. Day number 2 of first grade begins today. Very, very cool. Let's get this party started with traffic and weather together.
Some sunshine, some clouds today, tomorrow, and on Thursday. All 3 days hot. Highs near 100. It is 80 degrees in Alamo Heights, 79 in that sleepy little town down around San Antonio, China Grove, 78 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 5:13.
San Antonio's first news. That is Mr. T, Tim Merriman. She's Charity McCurdy. I'm Chris Duell. Charlie Parker with Those Were the Days in the next hour. He'll join us in studio at 8:20. And if you can get outside right now, I was out there looking, Mr. T was looking,
Yes, sir.
a conjunction between Mars and Jupiter. It is over the eastern horizon. It is spectacular, and it's only going to get more spectacular tomorrow morning. Right now, they look like they're a centimeter apart.
Yeah.
Mars and Jupiter. Tomorrow, they are going to look like they're touching. They're going to be like on top of each other. The biggest moment of this conjunction between Jupiter and Mars is tomorrow morning on the 14th. Charity, did you get a chance to see it?
I didn't. I wasn't invited for the viewing party outside, but I was hard at work and
You
here.
were busy. You were
I
working
was.
hard.
Yeah,
I
you
was,
were.
but I need to check it out because it's not going to happen again for another 2 years, I believe, at least.
Something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you just go out that back door real quick, Charity, the beep just goes off for a second and then it stops.
Yeah, the alarms.
Yeah.
I
don't
am
worry.
not going to
Come
make
on.
our security guard upset.
Lauren will-
I will
Lauren will
not.
handle
He'll
it.
be fine.
No.
He'll be fine.
Yeah.
Emergency fire exit. That's not going to end well.
But
Yeah.
no, so tomorrow, because you're going to be probably doing the news between now and 9 o'clock, if not later, tomorrow, as you drive in, when you get out of your urban assault vehicle, look to the east, and it's going to be even more amazing tomorrow morning.
I'll
But
check it out.
anybody listening right now who can get outside right now, go check it
Yeah.
out. It is
We'll wait.
way,
We'll wait.
way cool.
Go ahead.
The only thing that would be cooler would be looking at the stars sitting with the one you love in a horse-drawn carriage.
Yeah.
That would be
cool.
so romantic.
Except for the horse.
And you better do it quickly because your chance to do it in San Antonio might be going away forever. Charity had that in the news at the top of the hour. We'll talk about that. In fact, we got some questions for the people about horse-drawn carriages coming up. WOAI News Time 5:15.
And we're back.
Hey, everybody. Steve DeRocco, get outside. Anybody in here? Sam, Tommy, Frankie, welcome in, Frankie. Rooster, get outside, look east-ish. And they're like that close together, Jupiter and Mars. And tomorrow they're going to be touching. I know. We're not supposed to watch when that happens, but, what can we do?
Hey, if they're going to do that in front of everybody, it's,
Hey.
come on, man.
Planets have needs too.
That's right. SpaceX. Say
Yeah.
it real fast.
SpaceX.
SpaceX. That's where the name came from.
Hey, everybody.
Dude, that looked like my living room right there. Mike Opelka. Kids today will never understand the sheer magnificence of this structure in your home. This was in my living room when I was single. Yeah. This was it right here. I had that stack. By the way, Mike Opelka did not get a question and he's still waiting. Still waiting.
San Antonio local sports fixation on high school football. I've often texted Don Harris, go, really? You led your sportscast, not with Spurs, not with Cowboys, but with Steele versus Churchill.
What was
I mean, they know their audience. Don Harris is the great Don Harris, and he
what
knows
was his coach that
he knows what he's doing.
What was the coach that he used to do the imitation? The
A
slobber knocker.
Rackler,
No, slobber knocker.
yeah, but it was a
Coach
Rackley.
God, he used to do an impression. He used to come on.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, and his best impression, of course, is Avery Johnson. But
Yeah.
yeah, I have, and I've had people visit me from out of town. Like Beth's family from Cincinnati, and it's like, what is the deal with so much high school football?
Friday Night Lights.
These are 16-year-olds, and you're
Friday Night Lights.
leading your sports cast with them.
Although maybe this is the year we go to the Holmes J game.
Yes. And we each give a pep talk in the locker room
the teams.
to our respective teams. Hey, Huskies, there's no way you're going to win this game. But there are other alternatives to impress the girls. Here we go.
Seriously, we should go.
And on the Thursday before, we should have the two coaches on this show.
Definitely.
I like it.
We'll get that rivalry
I
rekindled.
like it.
We'll rekindle that rivalry.
And I got Steve DeRocco to back you. You need another J person.
Oh,
to
I
back
got
you
plenty.
up. All right.
I got plenty.
They still
Trust
talk
me.
to you after all these years?
God, I still hang out with them.
I think
Are you
Steve
kidding
Rock
me?
is the only person to talk to
Really?
me.
No, I got
from high
the
school.
5 guys I hung out with in high school. I still talk to this day. 4 of them still in town. 1 of them lives in Round Rock. So
Very nice.
yeah,
I got to Google when the Holmes J game. I'll do that here in a minute.
and we need to get on.
Rock, we got to go to the Holmes J game.
Chris, stand by.
And we need a big bet of some kind.
What's
A
that?
bet.
Okay, I like it.
So good. That's right. It is a Yacht Rock Tuesday. Little Kenny Loggins for you. Heart to heart. I think he's on the Yacht Rock Mount Rushmore.
Yes, he is.
Kenny Loggins. We'll discuss more coming up. But first, Charity McCurdy, what stories are you following?
Despite some technical issues, Elon Musk's conversation with former President Trump on X went on for over 2 hours last night. An online city survey about horse-drawn carriages in San Antonio ends today after drawing a large response. And today is the first day of classes for the San Antonio ISD. We'll have the very latest coming up. Right now, traffic and weather together.
Lots of sun and a few clouds. Looks like through the weekend. Will we see any rain? We welcome in News 4 San Antonio meteorologist Jeanette Kaye. Good morning, Jeanette. Thanks, Jeanette. 78 degrees here at the Radio Ranch. WOAI New Time, 521.
A Yacht Rock Tuesday, San Antonio's first news. When I was a kid, and Mr. T, when you were a kid, and this is before Charity's time, because she's a young whippersnapper, but they had something on the San Antonio Riverwalk called paddle boats.
Oh, I loved them.
The paddle boats.
I loved them.
You could rent a paddle boat, and you would paddle up and down the San Antonio River, and it was fun.
Yes, it
was. It
was.
was great.
Yes,
and
it was.
They did away with the paddle boats for corporate greed.
Yes.
So,
But now you can kayak, right? I mean, on
Only
the San
in
Antonio.
certain parts.
not down by
where Rio
you wanna
is.
hang
Yeah,
out.
yeah,
yeah.
All right.
yeah.
So-
And the fun part.
Another, as Charity has been reporting, another San Antonio tradition, and I dare say a romantic piece of San Antonio lore, whatever that means, could be going away. Charity, the horse-drawn carriages that tourists love and everybody in town except Tim Merriman loves, they could be going away soon.
Yeah, the city had an online survey where people could let them know what did they want to see happen to these horse-drawn carriages. Should they be banned? Should they just remain as they are, replaced by electric carriages? Maybe only remain in downtown with certain hours, or just only strictly operate in city parks? And today's the last day to submit your responses with that online survey.
See, I was thinking about the city park thing. We don't have like a central park. We don't have a place. Brackenridge Park.
Downtown.
Brackenridge Park's the closest thing.
Travis Park.
Travis Park's a block.
I know, they could just go around the block.
Around the block.
Around the block.
Look,
Nothing but horse-drawn carriages.
My thing with the horse-drawn carriages, if you ever been stuck behind one downtown while you're driving through with traffic, you are stuck for a while.
But it's not about you.
It
It's not
is.
just about you.
It
It's
is.
about the lovers
It is.
inside that carriage.
So how many times have you taken Beth on a horse-drawn carriage
I
ride?
haven't because and here's my problem, Charity and T. They shouldn't be surveying San Antonians. They're going to get people like Mr. T.
Yeah.
Oh, they're holding me up when I'm trying to
They
drive
are.
downtown.
And
They
those
should
poor
be
horses.
survey tourists
Well,
because they're there for the
there is
tourists.
that. There is
When was the
that.
last time you were at the Alamo? been a
Last
while.
year.
Well, okay.
Yeah, we do
Charity,
it
when
once
was
a
the last
year.
time you were at the Alamo?
It's been a while.
It's
I'm
been like
overdue.
at least 15 years for me.
Yeah.
Locals, except for Mr. T,
Well-
tend not to go downtown.
See, that's going out of town for me because I live in Floresville. So we go out of
Okay,
town.
you are an out of town.
Yeah, we go out.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
we
you
go,
can take the survey.
Yes, okay.
All right.
You guys are not.
So
not gonna
you
be
say
happy.
no to horse-drawn carriages.
Look, I've always looked at the horses. If you paid attention to the horses, it looks like these horses may be in their, senior horses. And I'm thinking, okay, they should be living in a pasture someplace, not pulling a carriage through downtown.
I think they're taken very well care of. Charity, yay or nay on horse-drawn carriages?
I think they could probably make a few changes, but I'm okay with them. I think it's quintessential San Antonio,
Yes.
especially downtown San Antonio. So I think I would miss them if they were gone.
So would I, and tourists would really miss them. By a vote of 2-1,
They passed.
the
They're going to
horse-drawn
stay.
carriages shall stay. See if they would just let us. All right, so among us, it's 2-1, yes for horse-drawn carriages. We want to hear from you on the free iHeartRadio app. Charity, how do they let us know how they feel about horse-drawn carriages downtown?
Use the talkback button on that free iHeartRadio app. You just search 1200 WOAI. When you see that red circle, hit it 30 seconds. Let us know your thoughts on those horse-drawn carriages.
We will play those on the air, and we will forward these results to City Council.
Yes. So they can have some audio at their meeting tonight.
Exactly.
There you go. I like it.
Right. Mayor Nierenberg, big fan of the show. I'm sure he'll be playing this at the city council meeting. Lots more coming up. Charity has everything you need to know at the bottom of the hour. WOAI News Time, 525.
And we're back.
It is the season opener for Holmes. Let me check for Jay.
It is the season opener?
For Holmes, it is.
So
Let me
it's gotta
check
be.
Jay's schedule.
It's got to be.
Got to be.
Yeah, it's got to be.
And
Wow, starting off with a bang.
John Jay's season opener is what the hell?
The 31st.
Oh no, they gave me 2023. God bless it.
Says right here, according to Sam Tobias, the game in question is on August 31st, 7 p.m. when Holmes Husky hosts the John Jay Mustangs at Gustafson Stadium,
But
which used to be Northside Stadium.
Is it? Yeah, it should be Northside. We're sick of this changing the name of Northside Stadium. John Jay High School Football
2024.
2024 San Antonio, just in case. Opener against Holmes.
Yep.
Yep.
Wow, how things have changed. That used to be like the, mid-season, the classic. I mean, they would go at each other.
Holmes is the home team.
Yes,
even
I know.
At San Antonio Holmes. Okay.
Well, that means that
You'd be on the
other
visitor
side.
side.
Yeah, be on the other side.
Okay. We need the coaches on the show. We need each of us will give a pregame pep talk. We will be introduced
Look,
before kickoff.
I can go and
we'll be at the coin toss.
There you go.
Either side.
I'll go in and tell them, look, okay, when I was in John Jay High School, when I attended John Jay High School, our football team, we used to bet quarters on how many plays it would take them to score. That's how good they were.
Yes.
We were beating teams like 70-0.
Wow.
And we were killing them.
Nice.
And then Judson, they ripped our hearts out with a bad
Bastards.
call. Yeah, we should do it. I'm in.
That's good. Today's the 13th.
I know.
That's
So we're
in-
talking 18 days.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Oh.
That's that John Jay math right there, buddy.
However, I just remembered.
Hmm.
I have an appointment in Von Army,
Oh,
the 30th and the 31st.
damn it.
But we can still bet.
Oh, sure. Sure. I might go.
I don't
Although,
know, man.
although it's the season opener, I don't want to go to the season opener, man. I
Well, that's
definitely.
also undefeated. Both teams are
That's
undefeated
true.
going into
That's
this.
true. Oh, look at that. John Marshall for Tommy Miller.
Maybe there's a way I can pull it off still, and then afterwards
Think about it. Yeah.
head to my appointment.
Now, we should call out Mr. Buchholz. Yes, Mr. Buchholz. Buchholz, sorry. Mr. Buchholz, who is a science teacher I never had, listens
Okay.
to this show.
I would like former gym teacher
No,
Coach
but I'm
Sandy
just thinking he
Petrie.
can hook it up to where we could get in the locker room, maybe do the coin toss, and get
pep
us-
talk,
get us up in the.
and we need to video each of our pep
and
talks.
we need to be up in the press box.
Yes. I may
Catered.
there may be a way I can pull it.
Catered. It should be catered.
Yes. We should bend the rules and have beer in the press box.
Amen.
If not, we'll sneak it in.
Allegedly.
Steve Rocco will sneak it in.
There you go.
He's
No, seriously, my senior year, we were so good. We were beating the hell out of people. We would actually sit in the stands and put quarters down. Everybody sitting around would put quarters down on and guess how many plays it would take them
Wow.
to score. And sometimes those pots got pretty big. You got rain. Everybody's got clouds. They can't see it.
no kidding. There were no clouds. I wonder maybe clouds have moved in since we were out
Yeah,
there.
because it wasn't when I was out there.
Yeah. I'll go give it another look.
See, Frankie wants to keep the horse-drawn carriages.
Yeah, the smaller Red Star, Frankie, would have been Mars. Yeah, that's it. They're like a centimeter apart over the eastern, not directly east, but opposite side of where the sun sets.
Are we going to do X here?
Yes.
Okay, I've
Yeah,
got some audio. Hang on.
Like we're having a great conversation right now. Kamala would never have done this.
That's what we're going to use.
Kamala
okay?
would never have it. It's like high school.
I know.
It's middle school. We're having a great conversation. Kamala would never have this conversation. And she's not that smart. All right. Let's see.
All right, we have one talk back right now.
Beautiful. 540.
Jefferson, the real Mustangs. Uh-oh, Jacob. Uh-oh.
Hey. The only
Now-
thing Jefferson ever produced was Los number 3 dinners
That's right.
and the Castro brothers.
And somebody else that was big in the Washington. I can't remember his name. Damn it. And I can inside when you walk into the school at John Jay in the little courtyard area, the inside courtyard,
They got that horse.
with the biggest. It's anatomically
I
correct.
didn't. I never.
It's
I
anatomically correct.
I never looked for
It
the.
is anatomically correct.
Strong.
Yes, it
It
was hung like a horse. Dude.
hung
Let me
like a
tell
horse.
you, man.
Wow.
Yeah, we used to laugh, man. It was like, dude, ain't no question.
I saw it once. I forget what I was at Jay for something. A gazillion. I was probably still in high school. I did not look between the horse's hind legs.
Well, Chris,
That's my eyes just don't go there.
it's hard to miss.
A horse is a horse, of course.
It's
of
hard
course.
to miss, Chris.
Unless, of course,
because it
the
is anatomically correct.
horse is the wonderful
Yes.
Mr. Ed.
Yes, used to crack us up, man.
All right, I'm going to stretch and let them.
I'm gonna go outside and see if we got
Yeah, I'm
clouds.
gonna look one more. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do.
Here's Charity.
Stories. Donald Trump's interview with Elon Musk was marred by glitches, and today's the last day to speak up on the city's horse-drawn carriages. Details coming up first. Traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Tuesday, partly cloudy, a high in the upper 90s. Tonight's low near 75. Right now, 81 degrees. Well, former President Trump joined ex-owner Elon Musk for an interview on the platform after a technical error delayed the interview. Musk claimed it was a cyber attack and that it showed opposition towards the former president.
As this massive attack illustrates, there's a lot of opposition to people just hearing what President Trump has to say.
The Harris Walls campaign issued a statement reacting to the interview, saying that Donald Trump's extremism and dangerous Project 2025 agenda is a feature, not a glitch of his campaign. Meanwhile, voters head to the polls in a number of states that could be critical to determining which party controls Congress. Here's Fox's Ryan Schmelz.
Businessman Eric Hovde is the clear favorite to become the Republican Senate nominee in Wisconsin, where he's trying to unseat incumbent Democrat Tammy Baldwin. The latest Fox News power rankings show Baldwin with a comfortable lead in the key battleground state. Minnesota Republicans will also select their nominee to face off against incumbent Democrat Amy Klobuchar. And Don Samuels will try to become the latest Democrat to unseat a member of the Progressive Squad after he lost to Congresswoman Ilhan Omar by just under 2,500 votes in 2022. In Washington, Ryan Schmelz, Fox News.
Well, the White House supports eliminating taxes on tips for hospitality and service workers. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre told reporters both President Biden and Vice President Harris have always had the backs of working people. Harris, during a campaign rally over the weekend, vowed to raise the minimum wage and eliminate taxes on tips, a policy first suggested by former President Trump. Well, the U.S. is sending additional naval assets to the Middle East as Israel's military is on high alert for an attack from Iran after Hamas's top political leader was killed. Here's Fox's Jeff Paul.
Israel has been bracing itself for nearly 2 weeks for this possible attack from Iran. And as Hezbollah's leader put it, it is the waiting that is part of the punishment. But here we are a couple days away from the next possible round of talks between Israel and Hamas. And all of that now is seemingly in jeopardy. After some of the deadliest few days of Israeli airstrikes in Gaza, tensions are boiling over with the region on the brink of a wider war. In response to the strikes, Hezbollah fired a barrage of 30 rockets at northern Israel. The Israeli Air Force later struck a Hezbollah rocket launcher. The back and forth is putting Israeli forces on high alert. The U.S. is adding to the number of Navy assets in the region, with at least 12 warships now stationed in the Middle East.
Well, just in time for the start of the new school year today, the San Antonio ISD is releasing its procedures for dealing with extreme weather. Superintendent Jaime Aquino notified parents that if classrooms get too hot, the school would use portable air conditioning units, move kids to another part of campus, or move them to another school. Nearly 100 SAISD schools had to close down last January when the heat failed, and 2 closed in May when the AC went out. District officials say the plan to use bond funds to upgrade the HVAC. And this year's curriculum in Texas public schools is under fire for being too biblical.
Texas Democrats are accusing the state's public school leaders of conspiring to add more biblical references to the curriculum while at the same time wiping out references to other religions. State Rep James Tallarico, who once taught in San Antonio, says it crossed the line.
There is a difference between teaching and preaching. These passages, which appear at length throughout the curriculum, in my reading, they are preaching.
But at a hearing this week, Republicans shot back, saying communities want this type of education in schools. The state's teachers getting new training this year so they can be equipped to handle tough questions about theology. Michael Board, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
A Fort Worth woman is jailed for drunk driving and a hit-and-run accident that killed a police officer. 25-year-old Dion Julie Evans is accused of driving the wrong way on I-35 West and hitting Fort Worth Police Sergeant Billy Randolph.
She's then transported to the Tarrant County Jail to be booked for intoxication manslaughter against a peace officer. Her bond has been set at $750,000.
Fort Worth Police Chief Neil Noakes says Evans tried to flee the scene both by car and on foot. Randolph was helping at a fiery accident that shut down the interstate when he was hit. It is 5:37 now with breaking crime news from around the country. Here's Nancy Grace.
Okay.
And we're back. Sorry about that.
We just went outside and like
beautiful.
RK, we just saw Jupiter and Mars. No cloud cover here. We are considering.
Rooster's in. How did you hear that, Rooster? Huh?
Maybe it was on when we walked in. I have no idea.
No, because I had her up. No.
Maybe Andrew is routing his secret audio listening
That's true.
microphones
What he's for his,
onto the live feed. Bob Beavers, good morning.
Bob.
2 days to Manilow, Bob.
Bob, did you get my package yet?
His package?
Yeah.
Did you get Tim's package?
Slipping it in, baby.
Tommy Miller.
Bye, Kemper.
Is Kemper leaving us?
Yeah, she's going to listen on the terrestrial radio.
How dare you, Kemper?
Not yet. Oh, my
that's
God.
not good. We got 48 hours left.
I sent it on Thursday of last week. Damn it.
And we'll come
Yeah,
up.
Bob, keep us posted on
We'll
that,
come up
please.
with a plan B, man. Hopefully it arrives today.
All right, thanks, Ed. News at the top and bottom of
If I don't
every
get it, we're
hour,
going to
along
Bill
with breaking
Miller's.
news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
Bye.
San Antonio's first news. Charity, Mr. T, and I just went outside during the break again. Jupiter and
We
Mars.
were holding hands.
It's a sight to behold. The conjunction of Jupiter and Mars. If you don't see it today, it'll be at its best tomorrow at this time, before the sun rises over the eastern horizon. Well, last night it was a big deal. Charity has been reporting on it. Donald Trump returns to X, formerly known as Twitter. And there was an event, Donald Trump speaking with Elon Musk, the owner of X. Let's hear a bit about that.
Like, we're having a great conversation right now. Kamala wouldn't have this conversation. She can't because she's not smart. You know, she's not a smart person, by the way.
She can't because she's not smart. She's not a smart person, by the way. I was telling Mr. T, Charity, and I mean, Donald Trump, this is a tactic. He's used it on Little Marco and Lion Ted, and but it sounds like middle school to me. Oh, Kamala would never do this because she's not smart. She's not a smart person. It's almost, yeah, I know I am, but what are you?
Yeah, same like, comparing crowd sizes at rallies. I think that's the big frustration among Trump's biggest supporters is they want to see him stick more to policy than the name calling, because I don't think that's going to bode well. It's especially considering the Harris campaign has so much momentum right now. But what the former president is doing with these interviews is he's trying to counter the fact that Kamala Harris has pretty much avoided the media for like 23 days now. She says she will eventually do some kind of sit down interview by the end of the month. But Trump, is saying, hey, I'm available. All ears. Let's have an interview, a Q&A session. And so I can get myself out there and hopefully get some of the momentum away from Harris's campaign.
Now, I wonder when he, goes away from his focus on policy and starts attacking, Kamala on anything, if that's fodder for the Democrats. Are they going to use that against him? Because that seems to be something they could use against him.
Well, and there you can tell the Democrats are already, their theme is joy. You hear Tim Walz saying, we're bringing joy to America, and they're trying to paint Trump and J.D. Vance as anger and hatred and meanness. So, yeah, I mean, to your point, Charity, Trump has his base. The base is locked in. They're with him. They're true believers. They're not going anywhere. It's the moderates, it's swing voters in swing states that you need to win over. And I do, like you, I wonder if personal attacks on Kamala Harris and Tim Walz is the way to go. When policy-wise, and again, you go right back to what Ronald Reagan said, back when he ran for president, are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? And James Carville's adage, it's the economy, stupid. And I think Trump can make some great points regarding the economy and certainly immigration.
Yes.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it's those off-the-cuff remarks, the name-calling, that makes the best sound clip. So you will hear the following day in the news, because that's what he's so known for. But if he would just stick to policy, I think that would help.
Yeah, if he would have done that in his first term, we probably had a second term. I'm serious. That's just my thoughts.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very fascinating. Just 84 days until the 2024 election. We are your Decision 2024 headquarters. Lots more coming up, including flashback. We will go back in time, but what year will we land in? We'll try to figure it out. You try to figure it out. WOAI News Time, 5:45.
And we're back.
Hey, everybody.
All right, we've got some. You can do it 50.
Excuse me.
Bless you.
Jesus. Why? Is Ernesto yet?
No. Well,
We're waiting on Ernesto.
yeah. By the way, I saw an article yesterday. The Old Farmer's Almanac is predicting a mild winter, but towards the end of winter, snow.
In San Antonio.
South Texas.
Wow.
Yes. It's going to be mild. It's not going to be as cold, but get towards the end of winter, like into February of next year to the end of this year, it doesn't look like we're going to get that. It's going to be a mild winter, so to speak.
Okay.
But then getting into February,
I
towards the
want
end
mild.
of winter, we're looking at a possibility of snow in South Texas.
Tim, I was going to opt for the Yacht Rock captain's hat. However, our beloved Houston Astros, with the longest winning streak in baseball, they've won 6 in a row. So I thought I would go Astros today.
Bob, I'm from South Texas and San Antonio specifically. I don't like snow.
No. I like snow for like the first
30 minutes.
30 minutes, yeah.
If I could plan
isn't
it,
this fun?
if I could plan it to where it would snow in the afternoon and I could go walk around and check it out and then it would go away, I would be happy.
Yes.
But that stuff sticks around. It's
And
nasty.
I like if I can drive into it, like if you want to go skiing or
Yeah,
whatever.
well, that's different.
And I can leave it. I can drive out
Yeah.
and leave.
Yeah, I don't need it here.
If I choose to go to Colorado, then I choose.
Tropical storm Ernesto has formed.
Wow, okay.
So it is a tropical storm heading towards the Caribbean and Puerto Rico. So it's a possibility. Maybe we check in with Ray Friday or something. I don't know.
Ernesto.
Ancira.
Yes.
Think Ancira.
Where's Robin? Where's April?
58 for your out, Chris.
Thank you.
So easy to get in your underwear.
There you go, Tim. If I want to see snow, I'll watch it on YouTube.
Hello.
Yeah, we live in South Texas for a reason.
Yeah.
Mild winters, no snow.
Stand by, Chris.
Okay. Turn that baseball cap around.
Yeah.
EJ's wearing his baseball cap backwards.
Was he catching tonight?
I guess, yeah.
Stand by.
Where's your catcher's mitt?
Did he ride a motorcycle to work?
Little Earth, Wind, and Fire, Boogie Wonderland on a Yacht Rock Tuesday. It is time to go back in time. But what year will we land in? You try to figure it out. We'll try to figure it out. Let's play flashback. Ding.
Yeah.
Sergeant Carter.
Oh, ding.
Ding. Oh! Mr. Mojo Rising. Election years are usually pretty easy, Mr. T.
Doors, 1968.
Charity?
Yeah.
Yep.
I agree.
Campaign 68. What year was it? Let's find out.
Yes.
Yes. Love me the Doors.
Yes,
Charity,
sir.
what stories are you following?
Well, a cyber attack hampered an interview between Donald Trump and Elon Musk. Horse-drawn carriages downtown could be on the chopping block, and a federal judge has blocked the TEA from releasing school district letter grades statewide. We'll have details coming up. Right now, traffic and weather together.
Partly sunny, partly cloudy today, tomorrow, and on Thursday. Highs 100 all 3 days or close. Right now it is 80 degrees in Leon Valley, 79 in Livernia, and 78 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 5:51.
A Yacht Rock Tuesday. EJ Pacheco and Andrew Zimmel flying the Millennium Falcon. EJ Pacheco not wearing a captain's hat, but wearing a backwards baseball cap.
It must be windy in there.
Either that or he's playing catcher.
Oh, that's true.
A little bit. There could be a little baseball game
It's
that
true.
we're unaware
Yeah, you
of.
and I might be the only people that have a problem with people wearing their hats backwards. I can't stand it.
It's you know.
They were not made to wear backwards. They call those beanies.
Sorry, EJ, we still love you, even though you're wearing a backwards baseball cap.
Yeah.
Charity, what's your position on men or women wearing a backwards baseball cap?
I guess if you're in the break dancing competition at the Olympics, that might work. But I don't know. It's definitely reminiscent of the 80s, the backwards cap. I don't know. It depends, on the man.
See, I still didn't like it in the 80s either. So, yeah. Just
Sorry,
saying.
EJ.
They put a bill on the front of the hat for a reason.
Yes.
Just saying.
And while you're at it, EJ, get off our lawn while you're at it.
And turn it down.
Now he may wear a backwards baseball cap on a horse-drawn carriage on a windy day.
There you go.
Maybe he's driving the horse-drawn carriage and he's doesn't want that cap to blow off.
There is that.
Or it could get in the way if he's trying to get close to his special someone.
That's
Take
right.
the hat
Build the
off.
hat
When you're
Take the hat off,
when
man.
you're
Come on.
going in for the kiss on the horse-drawn carriage and you got your cap forward, you could hit her in the forehead and just spoil the moment.
See?
Yeah, take the cap off.
Take the hat off, man.
In that case.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Charity, we have been asking the people. It's in the news. Today's the final day for public commentary and input into horse-drawn carriages. There's a lot of people in this town who would like to see them go away from downtown. We're asking the people, how do they feel about horse-drawn carriages? How do they tell us how they feel?
The free iHeartRadio app, you search 1200 WOAI, look for that red circle. That's the talkback button. Once you hit it, 30 seconds to sound off.
And you can sound like this.
Good morning. This is Andy, the El Paso kid. Bring them on to Austin, Texas, where we have these pesky bike lanes that bottlenecks traffic, and you can't make a right turn in a one lane that used to be a two lane. Bring them to Austin. Heck, it's supposed to be weird. It'll help. Thank you.
Okay.
El Paso kid says, bring them to Austin. That could happen.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Let's check in with our favorite school teacher.
Hey guys, Stephen from Lotto, and I say keep the carriages. My wife and son and I went on it about 4 or 5 years ago. Had an awesome time. It's great. Charity and all the parents out there, I want to let y'all know in on a little secret. Teachers are most nervous for the first day of school. We want everything to go perfectly. All the plans we've made, all the lessons we've created, we want that to go well. And so teachers are most nervous. Now, 10 seconds after school starts, we're like, oh, it's going to be fine. But teachers are the most nervous of all. Have a good day.
Huh.
I never thought about
I
that.
never thought about that either.
A lot of planning and preparation. You don't know what kind of students you're going to get. You don't really have a feel for your students until you have that first full day of class with them. So I could see that totally.
And a shout out to teachers.
Absolutely.
As we start school again.
They do so much.
Appreciate what you do.
Definitely. All right. Here's another one.
Hey, good morning, Chris, Tim, Charity. It's Rooster. Yeah, I'm all for the carriages. I think it would be a great idea for old Bob to take Cindy and Kemper and Jolene for a nice little ride after that Barry Manilow show tomorrow night. So, or Thursday night, whenever it may be. Anyhow, y'all guys have a great day and good luck, Bob. You lucky dog, you. Have a good one, Rooster.
Yeah, we should reset, Charity, for new listeners. We're always getting new listeners. Bob won Barry Manilow tickets, and we found out yesterday on the show. You don't know this yet, Charity. Yesterday on the show, we found out. So Bob, another listener, Cindy, said, I want to see Barry Manilow. I want to go with Bob. So it was like a love connection. So they're going to Barry Manilow. But we found out yesterday, Charity, Kemper is sitting on the same row 27, I do
Something like
believe.
that, yeah.
Whoa.
And she's taking her friend Jolene. So Mr. T and I were just kind of joking that if things don't work out for Bob and Cindy, Bob can choose from Kemper or Jolene, perhaps.
Oh.
He could trade up or
Yeah.
whatever he wants to do.
Wow.
So if somebody could take the 3 of them, the four of them can fit on a horse-drawn
sure.
carriage downtown, don't you think?
Sure. And let's be honest, it's not up to Bob. It's up to Kemper
Yes,
and Jolene.
correct,
So,
correct.
you know,
It
he's
is.
got to impress, got to dress to impress.
He's got to. All right, speaking of Kemper,
Good morning. I've never been on one of those horse-drawn carriage rides, but I'm sure lots of little girls and romantic couples have made some great memories. I am assuming it's because of traffic congestion, like Mr. T said, and considerable harm to the horses that they want to get them out of the downtown area. Have they thought of other possibilities and places where they could up tourism and move them out there? I know Chris would like them at the Holmes High School game. Just kidding.
Horse-drawn carriages at the Holmes High School game. I like it.
that might give you guys a chance.
I like the. Hey, by the way, we found out, Charity, Holmes versus Jay. Mr. T went to Jay. I went to Holmes. It's the opening game for both high schools on Saturday night, August 31st. We're thinking maybe we'll go to that game, and Mr. T will give a pep talk to John Jay in the locker room before the game, and I'll give a pep talk to Holmes High School.
Or the loser of the game has to buy the morning show crew beer, something like that. Throw that in.
I'm in on that one.
And tacos.
Yeah,
Yes.
beer and tacos. Or
I
should we
like
start switching to mimosas and tacos?
It's too much.
Is it?
It's too much?
It is. Mimosas, I don't know, the sugar and then the alcohol is just.
She's a
headache
mimosa
central.
elitist.
You're a
now.
mimosa elitist.
Have you
Yeah.
ever had a poinsettia
I think I have, yeah.
with grape juice?
Uh-huh.
Ooh.
But freshly squeezed grape
We
juice.
should have one of those
and,
after the show.
Champagne.
We might have to.
Or just a champagne.
go explore that.
Yeah.
All right.
Very
All right,
nice.
then.
Lots more coming up. Charity with everything you need to know at the top of the hour. Charlie Parker in the next hour with Those Were the Days. WOAI News Time, 5:58.
Hello, Louie.
Good morning, Louie. Louie, 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 Louie.
Louie, Louie, Louie,
Louie,
Louie.
Louie, Louie, Louie. Louie, 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 Louie. Great song.
Very good song. So Bob and Frankie want to build a snowman together.
All right.
Bob's just like
Bob is like,
wow.
yeah.
Wow.
The ladies like Bob.
LL Cool Bob.
Yes. All right. Top of the hour. What are we doing here? We're doing.
Okay, hang on one second. We'll be back in a second.
Six o'clock is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Tuesday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, Trump and Musk talk politics on X, and the city weighs banning those horse-drawn carriages. We'll have details coming up. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Tuesday, partly cloudy, a high in the upper 90s. Tonight's low near 75. Right now, 80 degrees. Ex-owner Elon Musk claims that the website was the target of a cyber attack just before his highly anticipated interview with former President Trump on the platform. Fox's Kevin Cork has more.
A very big day for the campaign, which took its turn leaning into social media, including a much anticipated conversation on X with Elon Musk, a chat that, was delayed by a cyber attack, according to Mr. Musk. However, once underway, it did hit on familiar themes, including ending what the former president has suggested is an invasion at our southern border.
You have millions of people coming in a month, and then she gets up and she tries to pretend like she's going to do something. She had 3.5 years. And by the way, they have another 5 months that they can do something, but they won't do anything. It's all talk.
And that's saying something, says the former president. Meantime, the glitches actually were reminiscent of the problems before Mr. Musk's chat with Ron DeSantis back during the primaries. Only this time he said it was a cyber attack. Still, the former president is on the platform and he is posting away.
And voters will head to the polls in several states today. Connecticut, Minnesota, Vermont, and Wisconsin will hold primary elections. In Minnesota, progressive Congresswoman Ilhan Omar will defend her seat against former Minneapolis City Council member Don Samuels. The contest comes after 2 other members of the so-called Progressive Squad, Jamal Bowman and Cori Bush, lost their Democratic primaries this cycle. Vice President Kamala Harris, meantime, is still yet to hold a press conference or interview since joining the presidential race, but she's sharing her campaign agenda through ads and at rallies. Fox's Dan Springer has details.
Vice President Kamala Harris still not doing interviews or holding a press conference, but she is now rolling out campaign ads, and she's promising to get tough on border security by hiring thousands of border agents. But as Senator Harris, she called for shutting down immigration detention centers. Harris says she is going to come out with her economic plan very soon, but in a sneak peek at her rally on Saturday, she seemed to rip off an idea from former President Donald Trump calling for an end to taxing tips earned by service workers. President Biden, meantime, has been spending his time at the beach. He did do his first interview with CBS News and is basically admitting now that he was pushed out by his party.
And Harris suggested that her campaign will schedule a sit-down interview before the end of the month. Well, a longtime tradition in San Antonio may be on its way out.
Today is the deadline for the public to take a survey on horse-drawn carriages in San Antonio. The city has been asking people for their thoughts on the carriages in the face of a push to ban them. In 2022, 2 city council members called for the phasing out of the carriages. Then one of them changed their mind and later withdrew their support of a ban, citing concerns for the small businesses that operate the rides. Carriages have been licensed in San Antonio since 1865, and currently 5 companies have permits to operate 5 carriages each on downtown streets. Tanya J. Powers, Fox News.
A Travis County district judge is blocking the Texas Education Agency from releasing its letter grades for schools and districts statewide. Monday's temporary restraining order marks the 2nd straight year the TEA has been blocked from releasing the A to F scores. Last year's suit claimed the TEA had unfairly changed the scoring method in such a way as to result in lower scores. Yesterday's lawsuit argued that the TEA still had not corrected the problem. And the new school year is starting today in San Antonio ISD, and so is a new set of protocols for dealing with extreme weather.
San Antonio ISD has been plagued by breakdowns in HVAC systems at some of their schools. 7 months ago, a system-wide heating failure shut down all schools following AC outages at 3 campuses last year.
And in light of some of the issues that we've had in the past, we've worked alongside district to make sure that there are plans in place.
Adrian Reyna with the San Antonio Alliance, a local teachers union, tells News 4 they're confident with SAISD's plan to deploy portable AC units, relocate students within campuses, and relocate students to another campus in the district to alleviate temperature concerns that exceed state-mandated norms. Eric Lycum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
And a San Antonio resident is a new millionaire thanks to a Texas Lottery scratch-off. Texas Lottery officials say the winner bought the winning Millions Club ticket at a convenience store in Dale, a small community in Caldwell County. The lucky ticket was a 7th of the game's 10 top prizes of $1 million. More than $161 million in prizes are up for grabs in the Millions Club game, and the winner chose to remain anonymous. It is 6:06, news at the top, and and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Traffic and weather coming up.
Turn your love around on a Yacht Rock Tuesday. San Antonio's first news, Charity McCurdy, Mr. T, Tim Merriman, Charlie Parker with Those Were the Days at 6:48, and he'll also join us in studio at 8:20. I'm Chris Duell, EJ Pacheco, and Andrew Zimmel flying the Millennium Falcon. Andrew manning our YouTube broadcast. If you want to see and watch the show and participate in the live chat, go to YouTube and look for 1200 WOAI. Coming up, the FBI investigating efforts to hack into both campaigns, the Trump campaign and the Harris campaign. We'll talk about that coming right up. But first, let's get you caught up on traffic and weather together.
Lots of sunshine, few clouds today, tomorrow, and on Thursday. All 3 days, hot. Highs right around 100 degrees. It is 80 degrees at the Pearl downtown, 79 in Lavernia, and 78 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 6:12.
Another lovely day. San Antonio's first news. We are your Decision 2024 headquarters, just 84 days away from the 2024 election. And we got hackers to keep an eye on. And those hackers could be from Iran. Microsoft announced on Friday that it was keeping an eye on Iran. They are responsible for targeting the 2024 election. The Trump campaign has said that. The FBI confirmed yesterday afternoon it is investigating efforts to hack the Trump and the Harris campaigns. Here is U.S. State Department spokesperson Vedant Patel.
These latest attempts to interfere in U.S. elections are nothing new for the Iranian regime, which, from our vantage point, has undermined democracies or attempted to for many years now.
See, you got to wonder, since they're targeting the Trump campaign, you connect the dots, Charity. It looks like the Iranians would rather Donald Trump not win the election.
Yeah, well, you think about Trump's connection to Iran, that 2020 drone strike when Trump was president that took out a key Iranian military leader. And then, of course, we had that revelation that apparently Iran had planned to assassinate Trump. So there's a lot of dots connecting Trump to Iran and why Iranian officials would want to target the former president. But again, it's not just Iran. You have to worry about Russia. You have to worry about China as well when it comes to trying to influence the outcome of the November election.
Yeah, you got that to worry about. And then I would not be surprised in this day and time if they're hacking each other's campaigns. I mean, there's got to be somebody they've hired, just to keep an eye on what's going on. I mean, it's not beside the point. I mean, it's not outside of the realm of possibilities.
Yeah, I brought that up to national correspondent Erin Real when she was reporting on this story. And she said, well, she hopes that the better angels of each campaign are not doing that. But this is a huge power opportunity for Democrats or Republicans. And in the same way, obviously Nixon got caught for Watergate. But there are always dirty tricks from campaign to campaign. And if I would not at all be surprised if there are hackers working for each campaign to try to get as much information from another campaign as they can.
And they're probably after dirty laundry, if not classified intel. So you wonder what is going to be revealed in the coming months leading up to the election.
Now, haven't we learned anything from the past, with the Russians hacking? And are you getting your information from Facebook? Are you getting it from X? Are you getting it from Instagram? I mean, if you're not decided, I think you should do a little bit more research than checking out social media. That's just me, though.
Absolutely. And hopefully discerning voters are doing that. But my gosh, there is so much disinformation out there. And there's more all the time because the sophistication of deep fakes and the sophistication of misinformation, certainly across social media, continues to get worse all the time. Coming up, we are hearing from you. Charity's been reporting on it. Will and should horse-drawn carriages go away in downtown San Antonio? This is the final day for community feedback, and a decision is coming soon. Your reaction coming up. Charlie Parker at 6:48 with Those Were the Days. WOAI News Time, 6:16. I'll say hi to the...
I didn't get a thumbs up from our director,
Hello,
so I don't
Kate,
know if we're talking
Bobby,
over the air or something.
See, Kate, Bobby, Travis, Tommy, Tim, Sikapolin, welcome in. Frankie. Anybody we don't see, if we see you chat, we say hello to you, but I see 21 in here right now. So obviously we don't see everybody, so welcome in, whoever you may be. wherever you may be, why ever you may be.
Oh, okay. All right. Tinted Good morning, Cato. Campo.
Rooster.
Rooster's
in Austin. Yeah, UTSA. When do we get Jeff Traylor? When does that begin?
26.
26.
Hey, the drummer. Barry the drummer.
Barry Davis, the drummer for Chopped Liver, the prospective drummer for Chopped Liver. We haven't given him the gig
We haven't
yet.
approached him yet to see if he, wants to even try out. Hey, can you hold drumsticks, Barry? You're in. Travis says yes to horse-drawn carriages, no to snow.
Hey, Travis, I'm with you, man.
I'm with you on the snow, brother. Yeah, according to that email from Andy, it's the 26th.
Okay.
Which I guess we got to ask, Longhorn Mondays, Jeff Traylor. I mean, it's going to be.
weird.
Do we have the tickets? That's what I want to know.
Yes.
That's my big question.
Good luck with that.
And we're back. He's going to have to change all his spots too.
And that's in October. Is it on a Saturday?
That's November 2nd. It's the Saturday before the election.
I hope that's not a big college football weekend.
It's the
I imagine.
Saturday before the election. I'm busy washing my hair. Ah. Just going to throw it to her, right, since we're
Yes.
late.
Or share the morning together with us on a Yacht Rock Tuesday. San Antonio's first news. Coming up, more of your reaction on horse-drawn carriages. There's a movement to remove them from downtown San Antonio. Good idea, bad idea, we shall discuss. But first, Charity McCurdy, what stories are you following?
Elon Musk is blaming a distributed denial of service attack on X for the 1-hour delay of his conversation with Donald Trump. Students returned to class in the San Antonio ISD today, but not necessarily at the same school they attended last year. And an online city survey about those horse-drawn carriages in San Antonio ends today as city officials weigh a ban. We'll have the latest coming up right now, traffic and weather together.
Lots of sunshine, a few clouds today, tomorrow, and on Thursday. All 3 days hot. Highs right around 100 degrees. It is 80 degrees in Leon Valley, 79 in Helotes, and 78 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 622.
San Antonio's first news, Charity McCurdy, Mr. T, Tim Merriman, Charlie Parker with Those Were the Days at 6:48. I'm Chris Duell. We are live on YouTube. Go to YouTube, look for 1200 WOAI. Teresa just jumped in and said good morning. Lots of people, Teresa, Kate, Tim, Travis, Rooster. Rooster's in Austin now. Apparently he's old. Since the show began, he made it to Austin.
Oh, it's good.
While being
Good
a big
traveling. Yeah,
part
I
of the
like that.
show. So we are asking you this morning, Charity's been reporting on it. This is the final day for public input on horse-drawn carriages. There's a movement to ban them from downtown streets. They've been there for a long, long time. Charity, we are asking the people for their input this morning. How did they let us know?
The free iHeartRadio app, you search 1200 WOAI, look for that red circle. That's the talkback button. Once you hit it, 30 seconds to sound off.
And we'll do it. Here's Eric.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. This is Eric B. Hey, those horse-drawn carriages, hey, they're just small businesses trying to make a buck. As long as they're cleaning up after themselves, I see no reason with it. In fact, I think they ought to shut down the roads at a certain time at night, certain roads downtown San Antonio. Get those people out walking around, see those little businesses and stuff. Yeah, leave the main drags open to the parking lots, but hey, let them horse-drawn carriages roll.
It's funny he thinks there's parking lots downtown. I love that.
Let those horse-drawn carriages roll. I like that.
All right, here's RK.
RK here. All right. The one horse carriage, that's going to be less pollution. Now, the two horse carriage, you're going to have to hook up some air pollution to that baby. What about races down Main Street? Now, that's going to be some rocking horses there. Everybody have a beautiful face mask day. Bye, y'all.
We love RK. He does allude to a possibility, Charity, horse-drawn carriage races down Broadway. Why not?
Sure. I just sometimes those carriages, those horses are pulling heavy loads. I feel sorry for them sometimes.
It is San Antonio. It is. All right, we got time for one more.
All right.
Hey, this is Special Ed, and I was thinking about the horse-drawn carriages, and it seems like every time I go downtown, they're a pain in the butt to get around. Kids always want to get on them. Everybody wants to get on them. I think they're just a nuisance to traffic. As far as them being in San Antonio, honestly, I don't even care. Keep them in San Antonio.
I don't like them because of traffic, but hey, if you're going to keep them, go ahead and keep them. I don't care.
Yeah, Special Ed sounded very laid back.
That or he was hiding from somebody as he's talking to us. I don't know.
Could have been.
Could have been.
Charlie Parker coming up with Those Were the Days at 6:48. Charity has all the big stories you need to know about on this Yacht Rock Tuesday morning. WOAI News Time, 6:26.
And we're back.
So yeah, Teresa says she's been with me since the Mouse days. Remember Mouse?
And Johnny Bottomline.
Whatever happened to Mouse?
Don't know. I know Johnny Bottomline no longer with us.
Yeah, Teresa, let me know if you know whatever happened to Mouse. He used to be great. We used to love Mouse's phone calls. He would show up at events.
Yes, he would.
Mouse, man, that is a
Wow.
blast from the past.
Good morning, Juan.
Juan, welcome in.
Hey, look, it's 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3. Nice. Well played, sir.
I love it.
Ahead on CBS Mornings. What were they showing Romo for?
No, because he's a CBS football guy.
Oh, okay. And I forgot they're at 7. They're
Oh, she has no idea. She moved away to Idaho.
Ah, okay. We do have to
Good morning, Jen.
Good morning, Jen. We do have to find out what happened to Mouse.
Yeah.
It's a good question.
Somebody has to know.
Yes.
Yeah, I remember when he used to show up at remotes and stuff. Yeah,
Yeah.
I liked Mouse, man. Mouse was funny as hell. I think Mouse is Rooster.
What that could be.
You know, you never see them together.
Juan says, I believe there's more important things to address in San Antonio than the carriage rides. That's just my opinion. Like crime, homelessness, for example. True, Juan, that's true. Totally agree. Crime downtown, man, has spiked.
Again. It used to be bad, then they cleaned it up a little bit. Now it's back.
That poor teacher
who
got shot and killed just
hanging out on a rooftop bar.
Coming to a convention, enjoying herself. My God, that was so awful.
Now, I believe they have a suspect in that now.
They have a car.
Yeah.
That's what again, like it's the blurriest picture you can imagine.
You know, we can get better video from the moon than we can on a traffic cam.
So wrong. So wrong.
Oh, she lives in Waco now. Teresa is now in Waco.
Very nice. Welcome back to Texas from Idaho. Thanks for joining us from Waco. That's cool.
Yeah. Or is it Waco? Because you don't call a taco a
Wacko.
taco. Taco
After
is not
the
a taco, so
Branch
taco's taco.
Davidians,
Yeah,
I think it
don't know,
became
man.
wacko. Oh, I'm going to stretch.
Yep. So he remembers, Travis remembers Mouse when he was around.
Travis, wow, you go way back if you remember Mouse. That is old school, baby.
And Johnny Bottomline.
Yep. Opelka just wrote us with a bonus.
Oh, did
bonus
he?
memes from Opelka.
Ah, okay. I like his memes.
If you're new to the feed, I said this earlier, but if you're just got in recently, I am wearing Houston Astros gear in honor of the Astros' longest winning streak in baseball right now, 6 in a row. Little Jose Altuve jersey.
Oh, Mike. Julio.
All right, so Jen has experience with horses.
Right on.
Yeah, and Jen, I don't know the specifics there, so it's good to have a perspective from someone who knows horses better. So, yeah, if the horses are being mistreated, then that changes everything for me. I'm operating under the assumption that since they're licensed through the city, that we're keeping an eye on how the horses are treated. All right, I'm going to take a little break. Let's
All right, here's Charity.
6:30 is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Tuesday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, Donald Trump's X interview with Elon Musk was marred by glitches, and today's the last day to speak up about the city's horse-drawn carriages. Details coming up. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Tuesday, partly cloudy, a high in the upper 90s. Tonight's low near 75. Right now, 80 degrees. Well, former President Trump joined ex-owner Elon Musk for an interview on the platform after a technical error delayed the interview. Musk claimed it was a cyber attack and that it showed opposition towards Trump.
As this massive attack illustrates, there's a lot of opposition to people just hearing what President Trump has to say.
The Harris-Walz campaign issued a statement reacting to the interview, saying that Donald Trump's Extremism and Dangerous Project 2025 agenda is a feature, not a glitch, of his campaign. Meantime, Harris is airing a new ad vowing to take action at the southern border, but not everyone is on board with it. Here's Madeline Rivera.
Vice President Kamala Harris has a new ad where she leans into her record as a prosecutor to make the case that she will be tough on the border. But California's Tulare County Sheriff Mike Boudreaux says he does not endorse the vice president, accusing her of not caring about the cartels and doing nothing to stop people from illegally crossing the border. Boudreaux was featured in that ad. The White House is pushing back on the characterization that Harris is trying to flip the script on the issue, pointing the finger at Republicans instead for failing to pass the bipartisan border bill.
And voters head to the polls in a number of states that could be critical to determining which party controls Congress. Here's Fox's Ryan Schmelz.
Businessman Eric Hovde is the clear favorite to become the Republican Senate nominee in Wisconsin, where he's trying to unseat incumbent Democrat Tammy Baldwin. The latest Fox News power rankings show Baldwin with a comfortable lead in the key battleground state. Minnesota Republicans will also select their nominee to face off against incumbent Democrat Amy Klobuchar. And Don Samuels will try to become the latest Democrat to unseat a member of the Progressive Squad after he lost to Congresswoman Ilhan Omar by just under 2,500 votes in 2022. In Washington, Ryan Schmelz, Fox News.
The White House supports eliminating taxes on tips for hospitality and service workers. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre told reporters both President Biden and Vice President Harris have always had the backs of working people. Harris, during a campaign rally over the weekend, vowed to raise the minimum wage and eliminate taxes on tips, a policy first suggested by former President Trump. Well, the U.S. is sending additional naval assets to the Middle East as Israel's military is on high alert for an attack from Iran after Hamas's top political leader was killed. Here's Fox's Jeff Paul.
Israel has been bracing itself for nearly 2 weeks for this possible attack from Iran. And as Hezbollah's leader put it, it is the waiting that is part of the punishment. But here we are a couple of days away from the next possible round of talks between Israel and Hamas. And all of that now is seemingly in jeopardy. After some of the deadliest few days of Israeli airstrikes in Gaza, tensions are boiling over, with the region on the brink of a wider war. In response to the strikes, Hezbollah fired a barrage of 30 rockets at northern Israel. The Israeli Air Force later struck a Hezbollah rocket launcher. The back and forth is putting Israeli forces on high alert. The U.S. is adding to the number of Navy assets in the region, with at least 12 warships now stationed in the Middle East.
Meanwhile, President Biden has joined the leaders of France, Germany, and the U.K. in pushing Iran to stand down from any threats against Israel, saying an attack could have serious consequences for the entire region. Well, SAISD officials say a large number of students will attend a new school today after more than a dozen campuses were closed. The schools are shut down as part of the district's right-sizing plan, which aims for more efficient use of district resources. The closed campuses now serve as bus stops for kids attending new schools, including most of the district's pre-K students. And with the new school year starting today in SAISD, so is a new set of protocols for dealing with extreme weather.
San Antonio ISD has been plagued by breakdowns in HVAC systems at some of their schools. 7 months ago, a system-wide heating failure shut down all schools following AC outages at 3 campuses last year.
In light of some of the issues that we've had in the past, we've worked alongside district to make sure that there are plans in place.
Adrian Reyna with the San Antonio Alliance, a local teachers union, tells News 4 they're confident with SAISD's plan to deploy portable AC units, relocate students within campuses, and relocate students to another campus in the district to alleviate temperature concerns that exceed state-mandated norms. Eric Lycum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
And with the start of classes, some Texas schools are banning cell phones. There's not a statewide rule, but Education Commissioner Mike Morath hinted that he would like one.
Proficiency in reading and math peaked in 2013 and has declined since then. And this corresponds with a significant explosion in the use of smartphones.
The debate over phones in schools is not just here. States across the country are grappling with how to handle social media that some see as harmful for students. A new poll found that 1/3 of the nation's public school teachers say students being distracted by cell phones is a major problem in the classroom. It is 6:37. Traffic and weather together in a minute, but first, a check of your money and the world of business. Ed Corey is live at the Bloomberg News Desk. All right, thanks, Ed. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
Yes. The voice, the greatness, the glory, the perfection that is Michael McDonald.
Yeah, Mo be there.
Mo be there. That is Yacht Rock Radio. It's a Yacht Rock Tuesday. Mr. T and Charity love Michael McDonald.
Great background singer, right, Charity?
Oh, yeah, for Toto, all the way.
Fantastic. Single-handedly
And
ruined the Doobie Brothers.
He has a great head of hair to this day, Chris.
Yes, he
I was
does.
very impressed.
As a follically challenged man, I envy his hair. I do. I've had a bad hair decade. Who am I kidding? Who am I kidding? I've had a bad hair century. But, it wasn't a bad hair night, but things started off badly for former President Donald Trump and his buddy Elon Musk on X last night. Charity's been reporting on it. It was a failure to launch for several minutes. Here is Elon Musk talking about the technical difficulties.
My apologies for the late start. We unfortunately had a massive distributed denial of service attack against our servers, and saturated all of our data lines.
So, who do you think, Charity? We've talked about Iran trying to hack in to the campaigns. Certainly, the Trump campaign. Do you think Iran was behind trying to, screw up the X conversation last night between Trump and Elon Musk?
When you consider all the latest developments involving the Trump campaign and Iran, I don't think you can rule it out. If not Iran, China, Russia, maybe the Harris campaign. I don't know.
Hillary?
I don't know.
Ooh.
There's that too.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Well, you remember when Florida Governor Ron DeSantis tried to launch his presidential campaign on Spaces, and they had all that problem getting that on the air. I'm just wondering if it's maybe a technical issue that they haven't worked out completely yet, or what's going on.
And especially Elon Musk, who has SpaceX and Tesla and all these great high-tech companies. It's a little surprising to me that when he does something this high profile, as having, Donald Trump's return to X. And that was part of this deal, not just the conversation between the two of them last night, but the fact that former President Trump is back on X, meaning back on Twitter, formerly known as Twitter. That's part of the big story here. And I mean, he used Twitter so effectively in the 2016 campaign and during his presidency. I'm a little surprised he didn't return sooner than this.
Yeah, I just think it was a disaster all the way around. Because if you remember, as T alluded to, when Florida Governor Ron DeSantis launched his presidential campaign, and that had a bunch of glitches on Twitter at the time, Trump made fun of that and said that the Twitter launch was a disaster for DeSantis, as he called him. And so here we are. Trump tries to do a campaign type interview with Musk, only for it to end in disaster. So I don't think you'll see Trump doing an Elon Musk X interview again anytime soon.
Well, according to Elon Musk, it's the opposition to people wanting to hear what President Trump had to say, former President Trump had to say, is why they got attacked like that. I don't know. I've seen numbers, 90 million people checked it out.
That's a huge number.
That's a huge number. So I don't know. He might go back to that when he sees the numbers. I'm talking about former President Donald Trump will say, well, that's 90 million people.
Well, and what strikes me about that number that T references, Charity, if 90 million people tuned in, as far as I'm concerned, those are likely voters.
Yeah,
like if you tuned in last night to listen to Donald Trump talk to Elon Musk, either you love Trump or you probably don't love Trump. As we know, Rush Limbaugh, half of his audience were people who hated Rush.
Yeah.
Like, oh my God, what is Rush Limbaugh
Can't
saying?
stand him. What is he saying today?
So I would imagine when Trump speaks, there's a huge percentage of the audience who doesn't like him, but the big part are the undecided and the people who will decide this election in swing states.
I'm just curious if those 90 million waited through that 40-minute delay, or do they stay for the duration of the interview, or was that the initial log-on numbers that they saw?
I think that's what it was, is people checking in and checking out 90 million times. But then they go, that's 90 million visitors, 90 million people. So I don't know if those numbers are accurate or not.
And see, for people like us, we have to wake up very, very early.
Yeah.
There was a moment last night before I went to bed. I thought, should I stay up for this? It is a big deal. We're going to certainly talk about it in the morning, but I thought, you know what? I will get the replay. I'll listen to the highlights in the morning.
There you go.
And as it turned out, with that delay, we'd have been up very, very late if we stayed up for it.
Yeah, but I guess, this is all about Trump trying to, tally up those media appearances, because there's a lot of criticism on the Harris campaign because Kamala Harris has not conducted an interview, a sit-down interview, any kind of Q&A with the media for 23 days now, although she says she's going to work something out for the end of the month. We'll see.
Yeah, he certainly continues to hold that issue over her, and I would think rightfully so. She needs to speak with the media. We are 84 days out from the 2024 election, and we are your Decision 2024 headquarters. Coming up, Charlie Parker with Those Were the Days, WOAI News Time, 6:45.
And we're back.
Hey, everybody. Okay, now, Teresa, how does SpaceX shake your house in Waco? Wouldn't you have to be down by
Brownsville, Boca Chica Beach.
Yeah. But didn't Teresa say she's in Waco?
Yeah.
Maybe they got something going on in Waco?
We don't know.
Please explain.
Good morning, Connie.
Connie, welcome in. RK is in here. The legendary RK. And we don't use that term legend.
We don't.
Very often around here. Connie, welcome. Tommy Miller. Oh, an engine test site in McGregor. Thank you.
We knew Travis would know.
Travis knows all this stuff.
Travis knows all.
Travis does know all. Thank you. He is all-knowing, all-seeing. He's kind of like Karnak the Magnificent.
He's almost omniscient.
Yes. Man shot and killed in a Walmart parking lot. Are you kidding? Where? Here? That's
San
here.
Antonio Police.
Holy crap.
Military and oh wow, that's right there. Okay, I know where that is.
Military in Roosevelt.
Southeast Military in Roosevelt. I know exactly where that is.
Crime is up in this city.
Yep. Sis boom ba. Thank you, Travis. Oh no, it's a nut recall.
Damn it. We could be recalled. At least there's not a chopped liver recall.
Oh my God, that would be the worst.
He's on the golf cart. He is here. Mike, it's still dark outside. Wow.
Yes, sir. Sorry.
Karnak the Magnificent, one of Johnny Carson's greatest sketches.
Loved it, man.
May a weird holy man board up your sister.
May the fleas of 1,000 camels invade your armpits.
Hi-oh! Hi-oh!
May a love-crazed rhino find your bug, your
These
Volkswagen
questions-
bug.
These questions have been sealed in a mayonnaise jar outside Funkin' Wagnall's porch
Funkin'
since
Wagnall,
noon today.
man.
No one knows the contents of these envelopes, but you, with your borderline mystical and omniscient powers, will discern the answers to these questions before they've even been opened.
Funkin' Wagnalls, man. I love me some Funkin' Wagnalls, man.
That was so great.
It was.
Hi-oh!
Hi-oh!
So we have to also look at the Holmes and Jay schedules. Do they play, anyone play South San all year? I know it's outside the district. Or Randolph, because that would be, probably not. But
I don't think so.
Probably not. And the reason is Charlie went to South San.
South San.
And Charity
South
went to
San.
Randolph.
She was a Rohawk.
I still have it pulled up. I had the John Jay schedule pulled up earlier this morning.
She was a Rohawk.
She was a Rohawk. I do like La Hacienda.
I love that. It's a great
or
idea.
Opelkacon.
No, that's a great idea. It's tremendous. Tremendous.
And Louis would definitely do it. Louis loves this. Hello. Louis Hacienda.
Louis. Oh.
They open at 11, but he'd open up.
Oh, he'd open for
up
us.
at 10
Yeah.
for us. Easy.
Cool.
9:30 if we choose. Louis. Louis. How many talkbacks?
Four.
So
enough to get through this segment here.
Cool.
And if we have enough time, let's get into the Holmes J game.
Yes.
Because we'll send a shout out to the powers that be at both campuses to reach out to us here at mrt@woai.com.
See Holmes's other games. MacArthur, Stevens, Taft. Two Tafts. Are there two Tafts?
No.
They play Taft and Taft. They're different
that's
logos.
weird. Okay, that's weird though.
Warren, Sotomayor, Harlan,
Unless there's
Brennan,
a Taft from out of town.
O'Connor must be. And they close out against Marshall. That's another rivalry.
Yeah.
Let me see. Let me click on these Tafts. William Howard Taft in San Antonio. The first one.
Here comes Charity, everybody.
Well, a cyber attack caused problems for Donald Trump's interview with Elon Musk on X. Voters will head to the polls in several states today where a member of the squad is defending her Minnesota seat, and there's mounting pressure on Texas State Fair officials to reverse their gun ban policy. Well, the details coming up right now, traffic and weather together.
Lots of sunshine, a few clouds today, tomorrow, and on Thursday. Highs near 100 or at 100 all 3 days. It is 80 degrees at the Snake Farm, 80 degrees at Randolph Air Force Base, and 79 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 6:53.
San Antonio's first news. What you won't do for love.
Not much.
It's going to be love in the air Thursday night for the Barry Manilow concert. I'll tell you that.
Yes.
Especially on those horse-drawn carriages. And I'm just wondering, will Bob invite Cindy, Kemper,
and Jolene?
Jolene. I know Dolly Parton won't be happy if Jolene's on that carriage. But
That's true.
See, Charity, if we do away with horse-drawn carriages, then, I think we're going to lose out on a lot of romance in this town.
Yeah, I mean, they go at a nice, steady pace, hearing the horses clop on those cobblestone streets. The lighting and the carriages is also very romantic.
Just as long as Kramer's not feeding them beefarino. I'm just saying.
But dates back to 1865. I mean, there's no way we can get rid of this.
They've been in downtown San Antonio since 1865.
That's when they first got their licensing, yeah.
The way it should be. Come on.
See, I don't remember
now.
when I was a kid. I don't remember seeing them downtown. And I was downtown quite a bit.
You were high as a kid. You weren't paying attention.
I thought that's why they called it high school.
Okay. It was high school.
All right, you ready to go to the peeps?
Yeah.
All right, let's go to Storyteller.
Well, good morning. It's the Storyteller. I'm not sure about the horse and carriages, but I know anytime you hear the word government and ban in the same sentence, it's probably the wrong decision. I did have a question for Mr. T. Can you explain to me freshly squeezed grapes? That seems like it'd take a long time or a lot of barefooted bartenders. Y'all have a great day. Tell that Kemper I said hello.
I can answer that. It's real simple. It's called a blender.
Or a juicer.
A juicer, but blender works better for grapes. I'm just saying.
And by the way, may I put this out there? If Bob doesn't take Kemper on a horse-drawn carriage,
right?
Storyteller should
and he'll
take
tell her
Kemper
stories the whole time.
on a horse-drawn carriage.
The published author, Storyteller.
10
novels.
10 books, 10 novels by Storyteller.
Wow.
We're still trying
We
to find
should
his
invite
real
him
name.
to
Yes.
OpelkaCon.
We should.
On October 24th.
And he could take notes and write a book about it.
Write a book about Opelka.
That'd be great.
Yes.
Be great. All right, here's another one.
Good morning, crew. I don't live in San Antonio, but I've been thinking about this. I have ridden in a stagecoach, but horse-drawn carriages are part of our history, so maybe we shouldn't erase them. Find a safe place and safe times, certain hours that they can go for. And a hat campaign for Harris, open and burning. Thank you. Have a good day. Great.
Going back to
Enjoy.
slogans for us. I
Bye.
love that.
Yeah,
Wow.
lots going on there. And again, like a stagecoach, horse-drawn carriage are a part of our history, as Charity mentions. They've been here since 1865. Come on. Let's do it. And I think people who are from out of town can speak.
Well, those
more.
are the ones that they should be talking to.
Yes, because the locals are jaded.
See, back in
We don't go
1865, I
downtown.
don't remember a lot of cars on the road downtown. Were there?
No, there weren't a lot of cars.
Just saying.
There were a few Teslas, but not a lot.
Let's go up to Austin. Or somebody head into Austin.
Okay.
Hey, this is Joe Big Tex, headed to Austin, Texas. horse-drawn carriages in downtown San Antonio. I think they should stay. They're very beautiful at night. They reflect a city that still gets what the old West was like. And the tours in San Antonio are very nice for not only locals, but tourists as well.
Okay.
Charity, I think the majority are saying keep them. You and I at the beginning of the show said keep them. Mr. T says do away with them.
Yeah, do away with them.
It's a very charming feature. I think it's uniquely San Antonio.
Agree.
Sometimes I worry, though, on triple-digit days, being around all these idling cars, how these horses are treated.
See, she's coming to my side now because that's 9 months out of the year, Charity.
I've never seen a horse collapse on a San Antonio downtown street. So surely these owners are taking very good care of them and know what they can and can't do.
Let's hope they do, but quit calling me Shirley.
Yeah, don't call him Shirley. But the bottom line, the horses must be taken very good care of. We must ensure that.
Yes.
Because I would totally change my position if people could demonstrate that these horses
if they made
are
a
being
special
abused.
lane for them downtown, like they have for buses and stuff.
okay.
There's no room for another lane downtown.
Thank you. See, now you're coming over to my side more. See, I'm going to win her
no.
over by the end of the show. I
We got to
guarantee it.
slow down our cars for the horse-drawn carriages. Then take a chill pill, relax, listen to 1200 WOAI for the latest on Decision 2024, and you'll be cool.
And then the election will be over by the time you get out of traffic.
Yes.
I mean, that's just how it goes. All right, time for one more.
This is Sam. Take it from an analytical situation. Do they help or do they hinder? Are they a benefit or are they a detraction? Do they enhance the situation or do they make it worse? Perhaps a little modernization, a carriage with spinners? Who knows? See you later.
Very analytical by Sam, or analytic by Sam.
I think that it's something that we can continue to have on the downtown streets of San Antonio. We just might need to tweak the hours and where they can go downtown.
Yeah, okay.
Like avoid peak times kind of thing. But I realize that's how they make their money. But
yeah, tweak the hours and make it easy for locals or tourists to know what their routes are. So it's like if you're driving downtown and you're going to flip out if you get behind a horse-drawn carriage, it's going to slow you down. Well, you go to this, here's the routes, and here's the times, and take an alternate route, and you can, I would hate to see them go, because as you said, Charity, they're romantic, they're uniquely San Antonio, they're cool.
Very.
There's that. Coming up on a segment we call Wait Till You Hear This at 7:10, more Donald Trump yesterday from X, along with Elon Musk, talking about the elimination of the Department of Education. But right now, Charity McCurdy with everything you need to know, because WOAI News Time is 7 o'clock.
Seven o'clock is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Tuesday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, Trump and Musk talk politics on X, and the city weighs banning horse-drawn carriages. Details coming up first. Traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Tuesday: partly cloudy, a high in the upper 90s. Tonight's low near 75. Right now, 80 degrees. Well, ex-owner Elon Musk claims that the website was a target of a cyber attack just before his highly anticipated interview with former President Trump was set to begin. Fox's Kevin Cork has more.
A very big day for the campaign, which took its turn leaning into social media. including a much anticipated conversation on X with Elon Musk, a chat that, was delayed by a cyber attack, according to Mr. Musk. However, once underway, it did hit on familiar themes, including ending what the former president has suggested is an invasion at our southern border.
You have millions of people coming in a month, and then she gets up and she tries to pretend like she's going to do something. She had 3.5 years. And by the way, they have another 5 months that they can do something, but they won't do anything. It's all talk.
And that's saying something, says the former president. Meantime, the glitches actually were reminiscent of the problems before Mr. Musk's chat with Ron DeSantis back during the primaries, only this time he said it was a cyber attack. Still, the former president is on the platform and he is posting away.
Meantime, voters head to the polls in several states today. Connecticut, Minnesota, Vermont, and Wisconsin will hold primary elections. In Minnesota, Progressive Congresswoman Ilhan Omar will defend her seat against former Minneapolis City Council member Don Samuels. Well, Vice President Kamala Harris still is yet to hold a press conference or interview since joining the presidential race, but she's sharing her campaign agenda through ads and rallies. Here's Fox's Dan Springer.
Vice President Kamala Harris still not doing interviews or holding a press conference, but she is now rolling out campaign ads, and she's promising to get tough on border security by hiring thousands of border agents. But as Senator Harris, she called for shutting down immigration detention centers. Harris says she is going to come out with her economic plan very soon, but in a sneak peek at her rally on Saturday, she seemed to rip off an idea from former President Donald Trump calling for an end to taxing tips earned by service workers. President Biden, meantime, has been spending his time at the beach. He did do his first interview with CBS News and is basically admitting now that he was pushed out by his party.
Harris suggested that her campaign will schedule a sit-down interview before the end of the month. A longtime tradition in San Antonio may be on its way out.
Today is the deadline for the public to take a survey on horse-drawn carriages in San Antonio. The city has been asking people for their thoughts on the carriages in the face of a push to ban them. In 2022, 2 city council members called for the phasing out of the carriages. Then one of them changed their mind and later withdrew their support of a ban, citing concerns for the small businesses that operate the rides. Carriages have been licensed in San Antonio since 1865, and currently 5 companies have permits to operate 5 carriages each on downtown streets. Tanya J. Powers, Fox News.
Just in time for the start of the new school year today, the San Antonio ISD is releasing its procedures for dealing with extreme weather. Superintendent Jaime Aquino notified parents that if classrooms get too hot, the school would use portable air conditioning units, move kids to another part of the campus, or move them to another school. Nearly 100 SAISD schools had to close down last January when the heat failed, and 2 closed in May when the AC went out. Well, the decision to ban all guns from the state fair of Texas is not sitting well with State House Republicans.
More than 70 GOP House members signed a petition by noon yesterday calling for the ban on guns at the state fair to go. Fair officials announced the policy change last week following a shooting last year at the fair that ended up wounding 3 people. Those lawmakers want the fair to reverse its policy when it opens on September 27th and allow guns, saying gun-free zones only create a safe space for people up to no good. The Texas Tribune reports that the fair does not reverse its policy. Lawmakers are threatening legislative action next session. Eric Lycum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
Texas's near total ban on abortions continues to trigger lawsuits. A pair of Texas women are suing after their doctors refused to treat their ectopic pregnancies.
That is an extremely dangerous pregnancy that must be terminated. There is no way to continue an ectopic pregnancy.
That's Molly Twain with the Center for Reproductive Rights. She says both women suffered injuries to their internal organs. As a result, the lawsuit alleges that doctors are so afraid of going to jail for violating the Texas abortion law that they are refusing to perform even protected abortions. It is 7:06, news at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy, traffic and weather coming up.
San Antonio's first news on a Yacht Rock Tuesday. Oh my goodness gracious. What a 7 o'clock hour. This is too much radio gold for 1 hour. 7:20. Mike Opelka from the Pure Opelka podcast as we get ready for OpelkaCon coming to San Antonio in October. 7:40. National correspondent Rory O'Neill on the conclave yesterday on X between Elon Musk and Donald Trump. Then at 7:50, White House correspondent John Decker. There are people close to former President Trump saying he is straying too far off message. We'll talk about that and a whole lot more. And coming right up, speaking of Donald Trump, we'll listen in to more from last night's conversation between Donald Trump and Elon Musk on X. But first, let's get you caught up on traffic and weather together.
Lots of sunshine and a few clouds today, tomorrow, and on Thursday. All 3 days hot. Highs right around 100 degrees. It is 78 in New Braunfels, 79 at Randolph Air Force Base, and 79 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 7:10.
San Antonio's first news. You can even hear us on Baker Street on a Yacht Rock
Yes, you
Tuesday.
can.
Charity McCurdy, Mr. T, Tim Merriman, Hall of Famer Charlie Parker in the building. He's going to join us at 8:20. I'm Chris Duell. Well, every weekday morning at this time, we span the globe to bring you the constant variety of audio, and we are your Decision 2024 headquarters. So the big event last night was on X, an X Spaces event between former President Donald Trump and ex-owner Elon Musk. And part of the discussion had to do with the Department of Education.
Well, think of education. So we're ranked at the bottom of every list of the top 40. We're ranked number 40, number 38. Norway, Switzerland, Sweden, different countries are ranked good. Actually, China's pretty close to the top. They're a top 6 or 7. But we're ranked at the bottom, almost at the bottom, 38, 39, 40. In other words, horrible. And yet we spend more per pupil than any other country in the world. So we spend more. And what I'm going to do, one of the first acts, and this is where I need an Elon Musk. I need somebody that has a lot of strength and courage and smarts. I want to close up Department of Education, move education back to the states where states like Iowa, where states like Idaho, not every state will do great because states that basically aren't doing good now. You look at Gavin Newsom, the governor of California, he's terrible. He does a terrible job. So he's not going to do great with education. But of the 50, I would bet that 35 would do great. And 15 of them, or 20 of them, will be as good as Norway. Norway is considered great. You can name them. I mean, they're so good. Some of these countries are so good. But if you go into some of these really well-run states, we have states that don't know what debt is. We have states that have low taxes, no debt, everybody working. They're really well-run. Sure. And maybe they have certain advantages in terms of location, in terms of, the land or the sun and the water and the whole thing. There are a lot of advantages that some people have. But if you moved education back to the 50, you'll have some that won't do well. But they'll actually be forced to do better because it'll be a pretty bad situation. But if you think about it, you'll have some of these states. I'll bet you'd have 30, 35 states. It'll be much better. And you know what it'll cost? Less than half what it is in Washington.
Former President Donald Trump in conversation last night with Elon Musk on X. And Charity, I know the whole conversation was about education in America and moving education back to the states. But I laughed out loud when he called California Governor Gavin Newsom Gavin Newscum. Had he run, that would have been his name had he run against Trump. Gavin Newscum. from California.
And who knows? Maybe you can blame it on the mic problems. There was a lot of trending about Trump's apparent lisp. Yesterday
He
during that
sounded different.
interview.
Well, because he was talking into like a phone, it looked like.
Or maybe he had some dental work, or like me, suffers from chronic TMJ. I don't know. I mean, there's so many possibilities, but that was one of the things that got people's attention in regards to that interview, other than the cyber attack that took place. But what really strikes me as far as that proposal to eliminate the Department of Education, I mean, that is out of the Project 2025 playbook that Trump is trying to distance himself from.
Yeah, and I'm a little lost on his numbers there, because it's 35 of the 50 states and 15 will do well, maybe 20 will do well. Look, we need help in our education system in this country, but I don't think taking it away from the umbrella under Washington might not be the right answer, but it's a start, I guess.
Yeah, well, and it makes you wonder. A state like Mississippi.
Yeah.
Which is a perennial. They're usually at the bottom of the education ladder as far as test scores and things like that. My God, if you left it, if they did not get federal help,
I know.
If you were a kid growing up in Mississippi, good luck.
Yeah, I don't know how that would work.
I just, you wonder how that would impact, low income students of color. There's just a lot to be concerned about when you're talking about wiping out the Department of Education.
We will continue to track it, and we will see what kind of a response the Harris campaign might have for so much that was said last night on X by former President Donald Trump in conversation with Elon Musk. I'm sure that will come up as we speak with Mike Opelka, coming right up from the Pure Opelka podcast. His take on the morning's big stories coming right up. WOAI News Time 7:15.
And we're back.
Hey, everybody.
Your second John Wayne is about ready to play here.
Thank you. Let's see if it plays. Sikapalan, Jacob, Teresa, Tim, Travis, Sleepy. Welcome in. Jacob, that's not a horrible idea. Keep the horses in Hemisphere Park.
Not a bad
And
idea.
just has like certain streets, like, maybe start around the Fairmont, go through Hemisphere Park, come out.
Yeah.
Specify some certain streets.
Good morning, Eric.
Eric, welcome in. Eric, we are talking about you this morning. We're talking about OpelkaCon, October 24th. We haven't talked with Louis Barrios yet. However, Mr. T and I like the idea of having it on the patio at La Hacienda de los Barrios. Weather should be very nice on October 24th.
Man. Yeah.
Mexican
It'll
food.
only be 90, so it won't be that bad at all.
Right. But anyway, something we will discuss with you. Tommy Miller, welcome in. I should probably pull up my Opelka topics.
Not a bad idea. I think I pretty know what we're asking.
Yeah, I know where we're going out of the gate.
All right, just going to throw it to Mike.
Yep.
We got him.
Cool.
He's ready. All right. So if I tell you that moderate drinking is not helpful, what's your first question?
I'm screwed.
What is moderate?
Yeah, what is moderate? Yeah.
That's what I want to know.
It's like 1 or 2 a night.
Who does that?
Right.
I do that, but I just do it all in one day.
Here's what's weird. These porcelain spots are supposed to be live spots.
See?
Cynthia Austin, I don't know how she...
Well, same thing happened with my Next Genesis.
Yeah.
You know, go through all this stuff, meet with them. We're going to do live spots. He tells me they started on last Monday, and they came up as recorded.
Okay. Yeah, that always happens with Cynthia. It's the same thing.
Well, this was
The
with
Hess-
Jim Morales.
Hess
So
Fitness is supposed to be live.
stand by.
Okay. We are moments away from Mike Opelka from the Pure Opelka podcast, his take on the morning's big stories. But speaking of the morning's big stories, Charity McCurdy, which ones are you following?
Despite some technical issues, Elon Musk's conversation with former President Trump on X went on for over 2 hours. An online city survey about horse-drawn carriages in San Antonio ends today after drawing a large response. And today is the first day of classes for the San Antonio ISD. We'll have the very latest coming up. Right now, traffic and weather together.
Sunny skies and a few clouds today, tomorrow, and on Thursday, highs right around 100 all 3 days. It is 80 degrees in Floresville, 75 in New Braunfels, and 78 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 7:21.
San Antonio's first news. We are your Decision 2024 headquarters. 84 days until the 2024 election, but 72 days until OpelkaCon in San Antonio. That'll be on October 24th. Let's check in with Mike Opelka. He's brought to us by Randy Adams Incorporated. And Mike, we did notice last night the X Spaces event with former President Donald Trump and Elon Musk. Our Twitter account showed that Mike Opelka was in that space as well. Your thoughts on what transpired last night on X?
It was a great win for Donald Trump and for technology, and a real interesting shift in how we're going to look at politics. A lot of people are fascinated by saying, oh, there was a glitch. It was terrible. 42 minutes till they were finally talking. And I'm thinking, wait a minute. Kamala Harris was an hour and a half late at the announcement of Tim Walz last week. Donald Trump regularly says, I'm going to speak at 5:30, and then he finally walks on stage at 6:30. Yeah, it was a delay, but when it happened, I thought it was interesting as all get out. And one of the things that I went through, we heard all the same policies. You heard a little bit about Musk saying he's not a hard right conservative, and he encouraged people in the middle or left of center to vote for Trump. I'm thinking Kamala Harris couldn't do this. She couldn't sit for half that time and answer questions like this without having someone hand her the notes, and don't even think about Joe Biden. So I thought it was game-changing.
And Mike, we know Elon Musk loves Trump, but do enough people love Elon Musk to be swayed by his endorsement? What do you think?
That is to be seen, Charity. What we need to see is, will there be anybody who says, you know what, I'm not an Elon Musk fan, but he made sense last night. And I think that was part of his reasoning behind giving his arguments and saying, you know, when I was younger, I stood in line to shake Barack Obama's hand. And this was a fascinating twist. I don't know if we'll ever know quite how deep the effect was, but seeing how angry the mainstream media is, partially because they didn't get a 2-hour sit down with the former president, and they also see this as affecting their incomes going forward. I think they're going to be mad for many reasons.
All right, Mike. So if you would have gotten in and able to ask a question, what would that question have been?
I would have asked Mr. Trump.
Can I play golf with you?
Well, I would have asked if I could play golf his course. Yeah, because
Yeah.
I saw him almost get a hole in one the other day, Sunday, as a matter of fact. I would have asked him a question about election interference and election, from internal, not from other countries. I would talk about what's he going to do to fix the election integrity going forward, because I do think that is a gigantic issue.
Mike, we've been told that this program drives a lot of our listeners to drink. You're tracking a story that moderate drinking is not helpful. What do we know about this?
Chris, this one irritates me because every other week it seems like this changes. We hear, 2 drinks a day is fine for a guy, 1 for a woman. If you're having the red wine, it's really good for you. Would you guys make up your minds? This one says it's not good. Moderate drinking.
What is moderate?
Yeah, well, 1 to 2 drinks a day.
So if you do all of that in one day a week, is that okay?
Curiously, Mr. T, there is some research showing that the binge drinker does not have as bad of a history with health as the regular daily drinker.
Okay.
Very interesting
So carry
news.
on.
We appreciate it. You can get more Mike Opelka from his Pure Opelka podcast. Get it wherever you get your podcasts. We recommend the free iHeartRadio app. Put October 24th on your calendar. That is the expected Opelka Con in San Antonio. We're already planning it. Mike is brought to us by Randy Adams Incorporated. Huge next half hour, 7:40. National correspondent Rory O'Neill. More on the X meeting last night between Donald Trump and Elon Musk. And at 7:50, White House correspondent John Decker. Should former President Trump stay more on message? Is he hurting himself? We'll talk about that and more coming up. WOAI News Time, 7:26.
And we're back.
Hey, everybody. Hey, it's Mr. T on the radio. If
that
you were
guy.
listening
I
on the
know
radio
that
right
guy.
now,
We go way back.
we go way back.
We're kind of like this, Chris.
That's what I hear. You're kind of like Jupiter and Mars.
Yeah.
Tomorrow morning,
Yes.
before sunrise, look to the east.
They'll be getting it on.
Woo! We saw it this morning. It looked very cool, but it'll be the conjunction junction between Jupiter and Mars tomorrow morning.
Yeah. Moderate drinking. Well, then how do you watch a Cowboys game?
Exactly.
You know?
The Cowboys drive me to heavy drinking. I have to drink just to make the Cowboys bearable.
Just barely, though. And then I'll flip it over and celebrate with the Texans.
This may be and I am a hardcore Cowboys fan. I am more of a Cowboys
Lifelong.
fan than I am a
Lifelong.
Spurs fan.
Lifelong Cowboys
yes.
fan. But
Ever
I've had
since
about
I-
a freaking enough.
No, this may be the year I say, screw you, Jerry Jones. I'm sick of this.
Let me know when Dak is gone.
I am elevating the Texans to my number one team. I haven't done it yet. It would be DEFCON 4.
And we're back.
Hey, everybody.
2 beers is like having 1 potato chip. I agree wholeheartedly.
Exactly. Bet you can't drink just one.
No.
Yeah, and
possible.
And Sleepy's with me on the Cowboys
Yeah.
and the for me to get there, I have to be thoroughly disgusted.
Travis,
and I am
I'm with you,
thoroughly
brother.
disgusted.
I am getting there, and my wife is not a big football fan. She'll watch the playoffs and stuff like that, but not regular season.
Yeah.
She hates Jerry Jones with a passion.
I've told this to Mr. T, but it's been a while. My analogy is, if somebody like Jerry Jones bought the Beatles and he bought the logo and
the catalog,
what you put on the drum kit, and then he rolled out 4 guys, and they weren't John, Paul, George, and Ringo. They're like the new Beatles, but got the same logo. They sing the same songs, but you would know these are not really the Beatles. These Cowboys, they're not the Cowboys. They're not the Jimmy Johnson Cowboys, Troy Aikman, Emmett Smith, Deion Sanders.
They're not.
Michael,
never will be.
and they're not the Landry. They still have the helmets.
Yep.
Jerry owns the team, but they are not the Jimmy Johnson era, or most importantly to me, the Landry era Cowboys.
The winning?
They're imposters.
Yeah.
They just happen. He owns,
and he makes money, so it's never going to stop.
It's like Whataburger being bought by somebody in Chicago.
It's never going to stop.
It's not
people.
the same, and I'm getting sick of it.
Here, let me get that soapbox for you.
Thank you very much. And if I do make the flip this year, and I'm real close, I'm going to make a video.
Here's charity, everybody.
Okay.
7:30 is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Tuesday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, Donald Trump's interview with Elon Musk was marred by glitches, and today's the last day to speak up on the city's horse-drawn carriages. We'll have details coming up. Right now, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Tuesday: partly cloudy, a high in the upper 90s. Tonight's low near 75. Right now, 80 degrees. Former President Trump joined ex-owner Elon Musk for an interview on the platform after a technical error delayed the interview. Musk claimed it was a cyber attack and that it showed opposition towards Trump.
As this massive attack illustrates, there's a lot of opposition to people just hearing what President Trump has to say.
The Harris-Walz campaign issued a statement reacting to the interview, saying that Trump's extremism and dangerous Project 2025 agenda is a feature, not a glitch, of his campaign. Well, voters head to the polls in a number of states that could be critical to determining which party controls Congress. Here's Fox's Ryan Schmelz.
Businessman Eric Hovde is the clear favorite to become the Republican Senate nominee in Wisconsin, where he's trying to unseat incumbent Democrat Tammy Baldwin. The latest Fox News power rankings show Baldwin with a comfortable lead in the key battleground state. Minnesota Republicans will also select their nominee to face off against incumbent Democrat Amy Klobuchar. And Don Samuels will try to become the latest Democrat to unseat a member of the Progressive Squad after he lost to Congresswoman Ilhan Omar by just under 2,500 votes in 2022. In Washington, Ryan Schmelz, Fox News.
Well, just in time for the start of the new school year today, the San Antonio ISD is releasing its procedures for dealing with extreme weather. Superintendent Jaime Aquino notified parents that if classrooms get too hot, the school would use portable air conditioning units, move kids to another part of the campus, or move them to another school. Nearly 100 SAISD schools had to close down last January when the heating failed, and 2 closed in May when the AC went out. And this year's curriculum in Texas public schools is under fire for being too biblical.
Texas Democrats are accusing the state's public school leaders of conspiring to add more biblical references to the curriculum while at the same time wiping out references to other religions. State Rep James Tallarico, who once taught in San Antonio, says it crossed the line.
There is a difference between teaching and preaching. These passages, which appear at length throughout the curriculum, in my reading, they are preaching.
But at a hearing this week, Republicans shot back, saying communities want this type of education in schools. The state's teachers getting new training this year so they can be equipped to handle tough questions about theology. Michael Board, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
And the start of classes come with changes as some Texas schools are banning cell phones. There is not a statewide rule, but Education Commissioner Mike Morath hinted that he would like one.
Proficiency in reading and math peaked in 2013 and has declined since then. And this corresponds with a significant explosion in the use of smartphones.
A new Pew Research poll found that 1/3 of the nation's public school teachers say students being distracted by cell phones is a major problem in their classroom. While the U.S. is sending additional naval assets to the Middle East as Israel's military is on high alert for an attack from Iran after Hamas's top political leader was killed. Fox's Jeff Paul has the latest.
Israel has been bracing itself for nearly 2 weeks for this possible attack from Iran. And as Hezbollah's leader put it, it is the waiting that is part of the punishment. But here we are a couple days away from the next possible round of talks between Israel and Hamas, and all of that now is seemingly in jeopardy. After some of the deadliest few days of Israeli airstrikes in Gaza, tensions are boiling over, with the region on the brink of a wider war. In response to the strikes, Hezbollah fired a barrage of 30 rockets at northern Israel. The Israeli Air Force later struck a Hezbollah rocket launcher. The back and forth is putting Israeli forces on high alert. The U.S. is adding to the number of Navy assets in the region, with at least 12 warships now stationed in the Middle East.
And President Biden has joined the leaders of France, Germany, and the UK in pushing Iran to stand down from any threats against Israel. Well, a Fort Worth woman is jailed for a drunk driving hit-and-run accident that killed a police officer. 25-year-old Deonjule Evans is accused of driving the wrong way on I-35 West, then hitting Fort Worth Police Sergeant Billy Randolph.
She's then transported to the Tarrant County Jail to be booked for intoxication manslaughter against a peace officer. Her bond has been set at $750,000.
Fort Worth Police Chief Neil Noakes says Evans tried to flee the scene both by car and on foot. Randolph was helping in a fiery accident that shut down the interstate when he was hit. An American medal winner from the Paris Olympics claims his highly coveted bronze medal is deteriorating. Fox's Deborah Valentine has more.
American skateboarder Nigel Houston left Paris with a highly coveted bronze Olympic medal. A recent photo from Houston showed the surprising condition of the prized medal. In a video posted to Instagram, Houston showed off the medal's wear and tear, saying they're not as high quality as you might think. The Paris Mint responded to the criticism by promising to systematically replace any Olympic medal that deteriorated. Meanwhile, Olympics organizers said they will conduct a study of any medal that they learn is damaged. Deborah Valentine, Fox News.
And Six Flags Fiesta Texas is introducing 2 new spooky attractions at Fright Fest this Halloween. Warner Brothers, Conjuring Universe, and Netflix's Stranger Things are joining the fun with 2 new immersive experiences. Fright Fest will feature 6 haunted houses, 6 themed scare zones, and other entertainment. It runs from September 7th to November 3rd. It is 7:37. Traffic and weather together in a minute. But first, a check of your money and the world of business. Ed Corey is live at the Bloomberg News Desk. Or a break dancer, it could be that. Okay. right, thanks, Ed. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
San Antonio's first news on a Yacht Rock Tuesday coming up at 7:50. White House correspondent John Decker is former President Donald Trump straying too far off message. We'll explore that, but right now, let's explore what Donald Trump did last night. He went on X with Elon Musk. National correspondent Rory O'Neill has been tracking that story. Rory, what were the major takeaways last night in this conversation between Trump and Musk?
Elon Musk is no Larry King. Not a great interview. It was a lot of "you're wonderful." No, you're wonderful. No, you're wonderful. So there's a lot of that. But after a 45-minute delay, when things finally got going, it was a 2-hour conversation that covered a lot of topics. Everything from immigration to some talk about greenhouse gas emissions and the Keystone Pipeline and on and on and on. I don't think there's a topic that wasn't covered in this.
And as far as the off-the-cuff remarks made by Trump, Rory, which ones are creating the most buzz online?
Well, he's talked about eliminating the Department of Education. The Harris campaign has picked up on that, saying, see, that's more evidence of the Project 2025 agenda that the Trump team wants to have. President Trump's idea is to eliminate the federal Department of Education and give the powers to the states. Elon Musk was trying to say, look, we need to limit greenhouse gas emissions and move away from fossil fuels. Of course, Donald Trump, famous for drill, baby, drill. But even Elon Musk said, I understand, though, that it's the fossil fuel companies aren't our enemy, but we have to make a transition. Musk suggesting that we make the transition as rapidly as possible.
Now, I've seen numbers around 90 million views. So how many actually people tuned in and watched it? I mean, 90 million views could be 30 million people who viewed it 3 times.
Well, there could be that. It also could be, we were all trying to log in and click in to watch it at the beginning. If I tried to log in 25 times,
right,
do I count as 25 viewers? And then who was there for the duration? I mean, losers like me, I get it. I spent all 2 hours listening and, 10:47 p.m. Eastern time, cursing everyone's name when I finally got to bed. But, who tuned in, who dropped out? It was at times it was pretty boring, to be honest with you, because it was very similar rhetoric to what we hear at the Trump rallies. And Elon Musk didn't really offer a whole lot of insights, not a lot of great questions or follow-ups, or not even much disagreement, saying, but, I think we should. Or, there was some talk about Elon Musk suggesting some sort of a commission to review government spending. I think the Government Accountability Office would like a word saying, hey, we're here. But Musk offering himself to work on a kind of commission to review government spending. And also, look, the troubling idea, Musk is donating $45 million a month to a PAC that supports Donald Trump. $45 million a month. And here's Musk saying we've got to reduce regulations and cut regulations, even after the state of Texas came out with that note yesterday saying that SpaceX is not managing the water well at its launch facility in Boca Chica.
Our thanks to national correspondent Rory O'Neill. He is a big part of our Decision 2024 coverage, as is White House correspondent John Decker. John Decker joins us next. Some of Trump's advisors are saying he is straying too far off of message. We'll explore that coming right up. WOAI News Time, 744. I figured better early than late.
Oh, no worries.
In that case.
you did the right thing.
Yeah. Hello. I could use some DACA benefits.
Hello. Wow.
Let's see.
Who dat?
740, 750. I'll say 750. 750. John Decker.
Eric, we're working on that. We will have more answers after our meeting with the bosses tomorrow.
Yeah, we have a big meeting with the big boss tomorrow.
Yeah, and that's one of the agendas.
Now, all of this is unofficial, but we would like to do it at La Hacienda de los Barrios on the patio.
And we'll have a party on the patio.
Party on the patio.
We'll
And
turn
we're
the
going to
lights
invite
down low.
Winston and Alice,
Yeah,
where
we'll-
you can get a key to win a Harley.
Except for they don't talk to each other
They
anymore
don't talk
since
to each other,
since the
and-
divorce.
I've told you this before. I was at one of those, and you were probably there.
I was. If it was a
I
Harley
would
party.
see her going through the box
Oh, yeah.
of entries, and she would like pocket some.
Mm-hmm.
She would put some aside, and then they draw for them. It was like, okay, if mine gets pocketed, do I have a better chance?
They were a piece of work, dude. Let me tell you
Wow.
something, man.
When it was so blatant,
Mm-hmm.
they're the center of attention, and she's pulling. Wow.
Yeah, I got stories, dude. Trust me.
Eddie Lozano, welcome in.
I worked with them for 8 years, dude. I have lots of stories, lots and lots of stories about them.
Yeah, but Eric, we do like the idea of you being there, doing your thing, and making it part of the
part of the
event.
deal. Yeah,
Invite veterans, obviously.
yeah.
Mike
We got to get
Opelka
all
is
the logistics figured out.
pro-veteran.
Hopefully, we'll know more after tomorrow. So on Thursday, we'll know more.
Yes. By the way, coming into the studio within moments,
Most likely, yes.
Texas Radio Hall of Famer,
inductee,
and legend. And we don't use the term legend very often around here, unless when Randy Beamer is in here,
Or anybody but us.
or anybody but Chopped Liver.
Yes.
Charlie Parker in studio a little bit later.
We will let them know, Eric.
Yes, send money.
Hey, I'm going to let you talk to him. I'm going to go clear this up with him real quick about what we're doing today.
Okay. Yes. Eddie, Eric, Sleepy, Tim, Tommy, Travis, anybody else who might be in here, welcome in. Sleepy, I thought about it. I was going to wear the captain's hat today. However, my beloved Houston Astros have the longest winning streak in baseball right now, 6 games. They are currently the hottest team in Major League Baseball. And so I decided to go. What I should have done, though, I should have had confidence that the Astros will win again tonight. And I should have gone with Astros tomorrow and then the captain's hat today. But I didn't do that.
That's all right.
I suck.
No, that's all right.
I suck. Thank you, Sleepy. Go Astros.
Go Astros.
This hat was gifted to me by Mr. T, by the way. Thank you very much.
Yes, it was. Mine is still not open.
There's something to be said for keeping it pristine.
Because I know if I wear it, man, I'm going to wear it out. I do tend to wear hats out.
Very good, Sleepy. Sorry, haters. The Astros are back.
And they picked up a pitcher named Hater. I love it.
Is his name Hater?
Yeah.
Great.
It should be. I'm going to get his jersey just so I can wear it. Just going to throw it to her, right?
Yes.
Okay. Hey, Chris. Stand by.
Standing by.
It's Jeff Vaughn.
More Michael McDonald on a Yacht Rock Tuesday. It is music to the ears of Mr. T and Charity McCurdy. Coming up, White House correspondent John Decker is former President Donald Trump straying too far off of message. Some of his advisors seem to think so. But first, let's get you caught up on everything you need to know. Charity McCurdy, what stories are you following?
A cyber attack hampered an interview between Donald Trump and Elon Musk. Horse-drawn carriages downtown could be on the chopping block, and a federal judge has blocked the TEA from releasing school district letter grades statewide. We'll have details coming up right now. Traffic and weather together.
Sunny skies with a few clouds today, tomorrow, and on Thursday. All 3 days hot. Highs right around 100 degrees. It is 80 degrees in Leon Valley, 78 in Castroville, and 79 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 7:51.
San Antonio's first news. Mr. T, Tim Merriman. She's Charity McCurdy. I'm Chris Duell. Charlie Parker in studio at 8:20. But right now, let's talk about Decision 2024 and former President Donald Trump with White House correspondent and attorney John Decker. John, one of the big issues the last few days has been the former president talking about the size of his crowds compared to Kamala Harris's crowds. This kind of plays into the concern among some Trump supporters that maybe he is straying off message. Your thoughts on this?
Well, that's right. It's not just my thoughts. It's the thoughts of allies of Donald Trump, people that want to see him elected in November, people like the current House Speaker, Speaker Johnson, or the former House Speaker, Kevin McCarthy. They are saying to Donald Trump, both publicly and privately, stick to the issues. And if you stick to the issues, they believe Donald Trump will win in November. The issues being the issues that matter so much to so many Americans, things related to the economy, inflation, border security. Republicans believe these are winning issues for Donald Trump. But as you know, when I think about all the campaign rallies, he goes off message so often, and that's problematic for Donald Trump. Maybe that's the reason why his poll numbers have declined over the course of the past month.
And John, you mentioned the issues of inflation, immigration, and crime being big for Republicans. Are polls showing those remain top of mind for voters, or is it really the candidate's age or performance that's more in the spotlight?
No, it's the issues that you mentioned, Charity. It's the issues that we've seen over the course of the past year. It's border security, it's crime. It really depends what part of the country you are in terms of what issue that you rank the highest. But typically, we see this election after election. Jobs in the economy are typically the number one issue for most voters when it comes to election time.
Now, isn't some of the allure of Donald Trump is the fact that he doesn't stick to the issues? He goes off the cuff. If he goes to a formula where he's sticking to the issues, will it affect his core?
Well, That's the point. The core's with him. He could, deliver a policy speech and they'd still be coming out in droves to see him. He's got that core. He's got the people that would describe themselves as MAGA Republicans. They're not leaving Donald Trump no matter what. So what he needs to do, and it also applies to Kamala Harris for that matter, is they need to reach out beyond their base. If they're going to do well in November, they need to reach out to those people who would describe themselves as independent voters. Those are the voters that typically decide presidential elections. We saw this in 2016 when Donald Trump won, and we saw this in 2020 when Joe Biden won.
Speaking of reaching out beyond his base, John, of course, as you know, last night, the big event on X with Elon Musk for former President Donald Trump. Certainly, there is a broader audience on X than his Truth Social platform. Do you think an event like he did last night with Elon Musk benefits Donald Trump?
I don't think so. I'll tell you reasons why I say that. First of all, it was too long, 2 hours. I mean, who can listen to no offense to you guys, you do a great show. 2 hours is a long period of time to listen to anybody, on that platform, just having this conversation. And according to X, about 1 million listeners ultimately tuned in to the conversation. I'm guessing that those listeners were Donald Trump's biggest supporters and Elon Musk's biggest fans. Again, if you want to appeal beyond those places, then you probably need to do what Donald Trump, by the way, is doing this weekend. He's going to a battleground state. He's going to a critical part of that battleground state. He's going to Wilkesboro, Pennsylvania. That's an area that went for Joe Biden in 2020. And Donald Trump thinks that these people in Wilkesboro are going to side with him. And that perhaps could be the difference maker in terms of winning Pennsylvania.
And John, we're seeing a lot of Trump lately. He had that Mar-a-Lago presser last week, the Elon Musk interview. Do you think this is more about putting pressure on Kamala Harris to do her first interview with the press?
Well, that's certainly part of it. And I think that, Charity, to your point, that's one of the reasons why the former president did that event last week at Mar-a-Lago, that press conference in which some of the things that he said were not true, but just the event itself. Taking questions from reporters, sure, it puts pressure on the vice president. She has said that she'll do a sit-down interview, likely with her running mate, by the end of this month. We're coming up on that. We're 2.5 weeks away from the end of the month. Next week, of course, is the Democratic National Convention. This time next week is when the DNC will take place. I would not be surprised to see Kamala Harris come out with that interview that she's been promising leading up to the DNC or during the DNC to keep that momentum going.
All right, 2 weeks from yesterday, the beginning of the 2024 U.S. Open, is John Decker going to be there?
Yes, I'll be there 8 out of 14 days.
Wow.
So yes, I'll be planting the flag, and absolutely, I think it's coming up, maybe it's my 29th year.
Wow.
At the U.S. Open. So looking forward to that. It's always great. Unfortunately, we already know that Rafa Nadal will not be in the field. That's disappointing. But Carlos Alcaraz, Novak Djokovic, who competed for that gold medal at the Olympics, they will be there. And maybe it's a rematch at the U.S. Open, but then it would be best out of 5 as opposed to best out of 3, which is what we saw at the Olympics.
Yes.
Well, we will look forward to John Decker's insider's takes on the U.S. Open and more. Our thanks to White House correspondent and attorney John Decker. Coming up at 8:10, national correspondent Aaron Real, a partnership between Amazon, TikTok, and Pinterest. We'll learn about that. Uncle Charlie Parker in studio at 8:20, WOAI News Time 7:58. Eddie Lozano. Eddie writes, when Opelka was saying this was a game changer for Trump, I thought he was taking crazy pills. Glad to hear I'm not crazy and more reasonable folks see that the Elon interview was pretty bad. That's from Eddie Lozano. See what Trevin says. Let me move it up so I can read it. I tried to move it up. There it goes. Trevin says Kamala should be doing more interviews, but does she really need to with Donald Trump and J.D. Vance cratering their own campaign? Yeah, but it's still such a close race. And it's, while national numbers look good for Harris right now, it's those darn swing states that matter. It's the Electoral College. Very close numbers. They're like 2 points, 1 point. Yeah. Yeah. No. Yeah.
And the longer it goes, the more I haven't heard him talk about his policy
Yeah.
since the convention.
Yeah. Yeah. But as Decker just told us, that thing last night was too long. It went on for they. Yeah. 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 Decker said 1 million people. Yeah.
Yeah. Y'all ever check on that thing? You ever look to see what on the payroll, what your talent's going to be?
I did the other day. They changed.
Yeah.
You have to look at the pay date. And they're not 40.
8 o'clock is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Tuesday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, Trump and Musk talk politics on X, and the city weighs banning horse-drawn carriages. Details coming up. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings.
Whole year came up.
Right.
But
Mine are not.
then,
Mine are like 8:15. Go down to 8:15.
yeah, I had like 4 8:15.
Yeah, that's for this next
Okay. But there was no generator super center, no factory mattress, no.
You need to bring that up to those AEs because you may be getting screwed.
Make sure that's out their title.
No real feet.
Your Weather Channel forecast for this Tuesday, partly cloudy, a high in the upper 90s. Tonight's low near 75. Get a move on. It is 80 degrees. Ex-owner Elon Musk claims that the website was the target of a cyber attack just before his highly anticipated interview with former President Trump on the platform was slated to begin. Fox's Kevin Cork has more on Decision 2024.
A very big day for the campaign, which took its turn leaning into social media, including a much anticipated conversation on X with Elon Musk, a chat that, was delayed by a cyber attack, according to Mr. Musk. However, once underway, it did hit on familiar themes, including ending what the former president has suggested is an invasion at our southern border.
You have millions of people coming in a month, and then she gets up and she tries to pretend like she's going to do something. She had 3.5 years. And by the way, they have another 5 months that they can do something, but they won't do anything. It's all talk.
And that's saying something, says the former president. Meantime, the glitches actually were reminiscent of the problems before Mr. Musk's chat with Ron DeSantis back during the primaries, only this time he said it was a cyber attack. Still, the former president is on the platform and he is posting away.
And VP Kamala Harris still is yet to hold a press conference or interview since joining the race for the White House, but she's sharing her campaign agenda through ads and rallies. Fox's Dan Springer has more.
Vice President Kamala Harris still not doing interviews or holding a press conference, but she is now rolling out campaign ads, and she's promising to get tough on border security by hiring thousands of border agents. But as Senator Harris, she called for shutting down immigration detention centers. Harris says she is going to come out with her economic plan very soon, but in a sneak peek at her rally on Saturday, she seemed to rip off an idea from former President Donald Trump calling for an end to taxing tips earned by service workers. President Biden, meantime, has been spending his time at the beach. He did do his first interview with CBS News and is basically admitting now that he was pushed out by his party.
Well, voters will head to the polls in several states today. Connecticut, Minnesota, Vermont, and Wisconsin will hold primary elections. In Minnesota, progressive Congresswoman Ilhan Omar will defend her seat against former Minneapolis City Council member Don Samuels. The contest comes after two other members of the so-called Progressive Squad, Jamal Bowman and Cori Bush, lost their Democratic primaries this cycle. A longtime tradition in San Antonio may be on its way out.
Today is the deadline for the public to take a survey on horse-drawn carriages in San Antonio. The city has been asking people for their thoughts on the carriages in the face of a push to ban them. In 2022, two city council members called for the phasing out of the carriages. Then one of them changed their mind and later withdrew their support of a ban, citing concerns for the small businesses that operate the rides. Carriages have been licensed in San Antonio since 1865, and currently 5 companies have permits to operate 5 carriages each on downtown streets. Tanya J. Powers, Fox News.
A Travis County district judge is blocking the TEA from releasing its letter grades for schools and districts statewide. Monday's temporary restraining order marks the second straight year the TEA has been blocked from releasing the A to F scores. Last year's suit claimed the TEA had unfairly changed the scoring method in such a way as to result in lower scores. Yesterday's lawsuit argued that the TEA still had not corrected the problem. Well, a new school year begins today in San Antonio's ISD, and so is a new set of protocols for dealing with extreme weather.
San Antonio ISD has been plagued by breakdowns in HVAC systems at some of their schools. 7 months ago, a system-wide heating failure shut down all schools following AC outages at 3 campuses last year.
And in light of some of the issues that we've had in the past, we've worked alongside district to make sure that there are plans in place.
Adrian Rainen with the San Antonio Alliance, a local teachers union, tells News 4 they're confident with SAISD's plan to deploy portable AC units, relocate students within campuses, and relocate students to another campus in the district to alleviate temperature concerns that exceed state-mandated norms. Eric Lycum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
Well, the boys from Bernie will be among the 20 baseball teams to participate in this afternoon's 18th Grand Slam Parade in Williamsport, Pennsylvania. The traditional parade takes place the day before the Little League World Series gets underway. Bernie is making its first appearance in the tourney after defeating Louisiana 6-3 last week. It is 8:06, news at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy, traffic and weather coming up.
Hall & Oates, back when they weren't suing each other on a Yacht Rock Tuesday, San Antonio's first news. Uncle Charlie, Charlie Parker in studio. He'll join us at 8:20. Joe Pags at 8:40 with a preview of this afternoon's Joe Pags show. And coming right up, national correspondent Aaron Real on a partnership between Amazon, TikTok, and Pinterest. But first, your traffic and weather together.
Sunny skies, a few clouds today, tomorrow, and on Thursday. Hot. Highs 100 at least all 3 days. It is 75 degrees in New Braunfels, 80 in Alamo Heights, and 79 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 8:10.
San Antonio's first news, that is Mr. T, Tim Merriman. She's Charity McCurdy. I'm Chris Duell. EJ Pacheco wearing his baseball cap backwards, but we're still letting him in the building.
It's windy in there.
It must be, or he may have a baseball game coming up, and like Johnny Bench, he's the catcher. He might have a catcher's mitt just ready to go for after the game. EJ Pacheco.
Or he rode a motorcycle here and he took his helmet off and didn't want his hat to fly off.
That's possible. And Andrew Zimmel flying the Millennium Falcon. Charlie Parker coming right up at 8:20. But right now, let's check in with national correspondent Aaron Real. And Aaron, apparently worlds collide, a partnership between Amazon, TikTok, and Pinterest. Tell us about it.
Yes. So apparently leaving an app to buy something that you saw within a social media app is too onerous. Don't worry, you won't have to do it anymore because Amazon is teaming up with TikTok and Pinterest. Basically, you can link your social media TikTok or Pinterest account to your Amazon account. And then once you're all synced up, you'll be able to buy whatever item you're looking at directly from Amazon while not leaving the app. Because again, leaving the app to go to an external browser was apparently too much for us.
You know, when I think of advertising on social media, I think scams, Aaron. Is that something that TikTok and Pinterest users need to be out and look for?
For sure, always. And then also, like, TikTok was enemy of the state, but apparently not so, at least not while they can still make a buck. So who knows what's going to happen with using this or not. But know that TikTok operates out of China. Its parent company, ByteDance, is out of China, and China has different laws than us. If the state comes asking and says, we need this, there is no recourse. You have to give it to them. So, like, if they come asking and they have access to our Amazon account too, it's just more information that they could possibly get. Now, all of that said, TikTok is like having spyware, Chinese spyware on your phone. So it's not like Amazon is, probably releasing that much more. Maybe you didn't have your credit card or bank account information hooked up to your TikTok account, but now you do.
So when is this starting? Because I believe I saw my wife on Pinterest the other day buy something from Amazon without leaving Pinterest. So I don't know if it started already or she's just magic.
So I wonder how she might have been part of the beta testing because they always roll it out in like smaller groups first. But no, it's available. You can do it now, like starting this week or yesterday. Yeah.
Very cool. Our thanks to national correspondent Aaron Real. Coming up, the biggest TikTok and Pinterest user we know, Charlie Parker. Charlie's going to join us coming right up. He's got a lot on his mind, including the Olympics. Stick around for that. WOAI News Time, 8:12.
Do you have stuff you need to record today? Because Andrew can do it today if you need it.
No.
If not, I can do it Thursday.
There's been a couple of emails going back and forth on the, where's the copy for Generac?
Oh, okay.
And nobody's answering back to one another.
Wow, that's not good. Not a good sign at all.
Well, that's their job. I don't like.
San Antonio's first news on a Yacht Rock Tuesday, moments away from Uncle Charlie. But first, Charity McCurdy, what stories are you tracking?
Elon Musk is blaming a cyber attack on X for the 1-hour delay of his conversation with Donald Trump. Students returned to class in the San Antonio ISD today, but not necessarily the same school they attended last year. And an online city survey about horse-drawn carriages ends today as city officials weigh a ban. Well, details coming up. Right now, traffic and weather together.
Sunny skies with a few clouds today, tomorrow, and on Thursday. Hot all 3 days, highs 100 at least. It is 80 degrees at the Pearl downtown, 79 in China Grove, and 79 right here in Stone Oak. WOEI News Time, 8:18.
San Antonio's First News, Charity McCurdy, Mr. T, Tim Merriman. I'm Chris Duell. And Mr. T, can we have an appropriate fanfare for our next guest? All rise and all bow for the newest, soon-to-be inducted member of the Texas Radio Hall of Fame, the man, the myth, the legend. You know him, you love him, you can't get enough of him. Hall of Famer, Charlie Parker. Woo! Yes.
I knew y'all would make too much out of this.
Come on, you can't make too much out of
Well, yeah, come on.
Texas Radio Hall of Famer.
I guess it depends on
Vern Lundquist, Frank Gleber.
Well, should we cancel the
Dan
people that are putting
Rather.
stuff on his car right now? Should
My
we stop
God.
that?
somebody out there putting balloons on
Yeah,
it or
balloons
something.
and wrote about Hall of Famer on the
You
back.
were
yes.
already in the San Antonio Radio Hall of Fame, but this is Terry Stembridge, the whole state of Texas.
Yes.
Radio Hall of Fame.
456 members right now, 51 from San Antonio.
Wow.
And I have worked with, in one capacity or another,
all of them.
36
I
of
was
them.
going to say all of them.
36 of the 51. Didn't necessarily like them all, but I worked with, yeah.
Well, congratulations.
Well,
that is
thank
huge.
you. You
That
know
is
me. I'm not
Yeah, it's
big on
it's a big deal, though.
validation. I know you sound like my family.
It's a big deal, man.
I mean, it's an honor, but validation is not my thing.
You're going to make a big speech November 2nd, right? I mean,
Well, I unfortunately have family issues going on then. I will not be there.
No!
Lee Woods
will
be
you're in good hands.
accepting on my behalf.
You're in
I'm
good hands.
I'm in
Yes.
really good hands. And you can't make a big speech. You only get 4 minutes.
Well, then no
It'd take
wonder
me
you
that
can't
long
be
just
there.
to thank-
Yeah.
Just, to thank people that are
Charlie, I've known
real
you for
close to
I've known you for a long time, and your short stories are longer than 4 minutes. So.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Here, let me tell you a quick short story. You don't know how. Okay. All right. All right, let's move on, shall we?
Okay.
Sure. I want to know, I'm going to go Randy Beamer here and ask you all a question.
Okay.
I want to know what your favorite moment was in the Paris Olympics.
Ooh, moment.
Charity?
there's many that come to mind,
Yeah.
but I would say the Australian breakdancer because she single-handedly ended the event for future Olympics. So I would say that.
I think she actually did what breaking is.
I don't know because I'm not a breaker.
Well, as Charity mentioned, it's done.
Yeah.
This was its debut and
Yes.
it's done.
Thank
Gone.
God.
Never
Good riddance.
again.
Good riddance.
So that's good news. T, what about you?
Snoop Dogg.
Snoop.
I actually didn't think it was going to be as good as it was, and I found myself wanting to tune into more Snoop Dogg. So to me, that was my favorite moment of the Olympics. Every time he was on, I
was
loved it.
Completely different than I thought it was going to be
amen.
as well. Yeah, I
Amen.
thought Snoop. NBC did an incredible job. I thought
I
with
thought
the
so, too.
Olympics as a whole.
I thought so.
Mine was twice Victor Wembanyama crying. He cried tears of joy when he got his team to the gold medal game, and he cried again, heartbroken that his team lost the gold medal to Team USA. It just showed me how committed he is to the game, and I was very moved by Victor Wembanyama.
There were a lot of them for me. Track and field.
A lot.
You had the Swedish kid pole vaulting with a world record. The women's 4x400
Man.
relay. I've been watching Olympics my whole life, and I have never seen men or women any distance win a race by that wide of a margin.
It almost looked like she was going to lap him.
You couldn't get the other people in the camera.
Yeah.
It was crazy. All of the aquatics were
that was-
just
yes.
incredible.
Yes.
With the exception of diving, when the Chinese won, it was something silly,
It was
like
silly,
9
yes.
out of 10
Yes.
events they won
Yes.
the gold medal.
Yes.
And Chris, I'm with you. Victor Wembanyama crying after the loss to USA basketball. And as you pointed out, it told me a lot about his dedication, his desire to win, his overall persona. And I think he had a quote shortly after the Olympics, and I don't remember the exact words, but what I took away from it was that he basically said, look out, here I come moving forward, get out of my way, because I'm just going to get better.
Wow.
That's what it
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
that was it in a nutshell.
Amen.
Now, quickly on to, have you watched any NFL
Yes,
action?
I have.
Yes.
Have you seen the new kickoffs?
Yes.
Oh my God.
Yes.
Do you understand what's going on?
Not exactly, no.
really.
I
No.
don't either. I'll try to do how much time do I have here?
Whatever you need.
Short story, 2 minutes.
Okay. To address the lowest kickoff return rate in NFL history last year and an unacceptable injury rate on kickoffs prior to that, there's a new kickoff rule for the upcoming season. The formation is going to be different than anything you've ever seen before. Of the 22 players on the field, 21 of them will be in the receiving team's territory.
Yeah, that's weird.
If I'm kicking off to you, I kick off from my 35. Once I kick off, I'm not allowed to cross the 50 until the ball is either touched or lands in the landing zone. The landing zone is from your goal line to your 20-yard line. And once the ball is there, then I can cross the 50. My team will be on the 35-yard line, on your 35-yard line.
Yes. Waiting.
Your team, receiving, will be on the 30-yard line.
so
5
you're
yards
like,
apart.
Everybody has to have a foot, at least 1 foot, on that line.
Man.
Nobody can move until the ball lands in the landing zone, once again, from the end zone to the 20, or until somebody touches it. Then the ball, if it's a touchback, the ball comes out to the 30.
Now, do they have to say Red Rover, send your kickoff
Right.
returner right over? Or does that have to happen?
No.
Okay.
If there are any penalties on the kickoff, the kicker will be the only one who moves. So if it's against
Wow.
you, the receiving team, I'll move up. If it's against my kicking team, we'll move back. And everybody else still lines up in the same spot.
Wow.
So what's going to happen to the onside kick?
That's a great question.
You have to let
can't
everybody
have
know.
one
Yeah.
until the fourth quarter. You have to be behind.
Yes. And you must tell
Obviously,
them.
you have to tell the officials
And
what
the
you're
other
going to do.
team too, don't
And
you?
then that lineup
is
is
changed.
just like it was in the old days.
See, that's ridiculous.
Nothing changes there.
It's the no fun league.
Well, and when they changed the onside kick, the percentages went so far down, it's almost impossible to
Oh, yeah.
recover
Yeah.
an onside kick, which I think is a mistake.
Yes.
Right.
I
Me
think it
too.
should have been the old way. So
Now, here's my favorite part of that onside kick thing. So once again, on an onside kick, it's exactly like it's always been.
Right.
Everybody lines up with the
Yeah.
ball. The kicker comes up, kicks it, hopes to go 10 yards, hopes to recover, blah, blah, blah. If I'm kicking off an onside kick and it goes to 10 yards or whatever the case may
Right.
be, and my team does not recover the ball, in the past, the team that recovered it, the receiving team,
Right. Got the
takes
ball
over
right there.
where they got the ball.
Yes. Yeah.
Now it's punitive. Now the ball will move to my 20.
oh my God.
See?
That's ridiculous.
Wow.
That's too punitive.
Wow.
So you're gonna, that's an automatic.
So we're not going to see any
automatic
onside
kick.
kicks.
You lose the game.
Yeah.
So adios.
Yeah, you're not
lose
going
the
to
game.
you're not going to see any onside kicks.
Yeah.
Probably not many. Oh,
No.
I think, if it's late in the fourth quarter,
You're down by
but you can do
25.
that
yeah.
anytime in the fourth.
Yeah.
Okay.
But once again, you have to be behind.
Yeah.
But more often than not, like always been the case with onside kicks, it'll happen late
Yeah.
in
Sure.
the game.
Wow. That is
It's weird.
it is
very
ugly.
weird.
We'll see if we ever get used to it. That
Good
is
luck.
new Texas Radio Hall of Famer Charlie Parker. Joe Pags at 8:40 with a preview of the Joe Pags Show and a whole lot more. WOAI News Time 8:28.
8:33 is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Tuesday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, Donald Trump's interview with Elon Musk was marred by glitches, and today's the last day to speak up about the city's horse-drawn carriages. We'll have details coming up. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Tuesday: partly cloudy, a high in the upper 90s. Tonight's low near 75. Right now, 81 degrees. Well, former President Trump joined ex-owner Elon Musk for an interview on the platform after a technical error delayed the interview. Musk claimed it was a cyber attack and that it showed opposition towards the former president.
As this massive attack illustrates, there's a lot of opposition to people just hearing what President Trump has to say.
During the interview, Trump was quick to attack his opponent, Vice President Kamala Harris, and her handling of the southern border.
You have millions of people coming in a month, and then she gets up and she tries to pretend like she's going to do something. She had 3.5 years. And by the way, they have another 5 months that they can do something, but they won't do anything. It's all talk.
Meantime, Kamala Harris is airing a new ad vowing to take action at the southern border, but not everyone is on board with it.
Vice President Kamala Harris has a new ad where she leans into her record as a prosecutor to make the case that she will be tough on the border. But California's Tulare County Sheriff Mike Boudreaux says he does not endorse the vice president, accusing her of not caring about the cartels and doing nothing to stop people from illegally crossing the border. Boudreaux was featured in that ad. The White House is pushing back on the characterization that Harris is trying to flip the script on the issue, pointing the finger at Republicans instead for failing to pass the bipartisan border bill.
Well, SAISD officials say a large number of students are attending a new school today after more than a dozen campuses were closed. The schools were shut down as part of the district's right-sizing plan, which aims for more efficient use of district resources. The closed campuses now serve as bus stops for kids attending new schools, including most of the district's pre-K students. And with the new school year beginning in the San Antonio ISD today, there's also a new set of protocols for dealing with extreme weather.
San Antonio ISD has been plagued by breakdowns in HVAC systems at some of their schools. 7 months ago, a system-wide heating failure shut down all schools following AC outages at 3 campuses last year.
In light of some of the issues that we've had in the past, we've worked alongside district to make sure that there are plans in place.
Adrian Rainen with the San Antonio Alliance, a local teachers union, tells News 4 they're confident with SAISD's plan to deploy portable AC units, relocate students within campuses, and relocate students to another campus in the district to alleviate temperature concerns that exceed state-mandated norms. Eric Lycom, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
It is 8:37. Traffic and weather together in a minute, but first, a check of your money in the world of business. Ed Corey is live at the Bloomberg News Desk. All right, thanks, Ed. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
It is a Yacht Rock Tuesday, San Antonio's first news. She's Charity McCurdy. He's Mr. T, Tim Merriman, new Texas Radio Hall of Famer Charlie Parker in studio. I'm Chris, and we check in with Joe Pags every morning at this time. And Joe, the big story, last night's X session between Donald Trump and Elon Musk. Good morning, Joe.
That's right, Chris. It's all anybody on either side of the political spectrum is talking about. Elon Musk and Donald Trump one-on-one last night. 1.3 million listeners as it was happening live. The last time I checked, it was 66 million have heard all or part of that interview. I'm sure it'll be in the 100+ million range by the time we talk about it on my show today. Really an historic event, and yes, he has offered the same opportunity to Kamala Harris. We'll see if she responds to that. And have Mike Davis on the program. He's a legal expert, going to talk about what's happening with the DOJ, the judiciary, the Supreme Court, and a whole lot more. Plus, we've got Beth Van Duyne, U.S. Representative, the great state of Texas, going to talk about the border wall, going to talk about Greg Abbott's decisions on that border, what walls on the ticket for Harris means, and an awful lot more. The Joe Pags Show, that and more, 5 p.m., right here, News Radio 1200 WOAI. Have a good morning.
Thank you, Joe. And don't forget the Joe Pags Show from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. today and every weekday on 1200 WOAI. And since we have Charlie Parker in studio, we've been talking about it.
Hall of Famer.
I'm
Charlie,
sorry. We'll edit this in post. Let's take two. And since we have Texas Radio Hall of Famer Charlie Parker in studio this morning, Charlie, it's a big news story. Charity's been reporting on it. We've been asking our listeners all morning long, and they've been here since 1865. I did not know that until I heard it on 1200 WOAI. The horse-drawn carriages downtown. There's some people who want to do away with them. Other people would like to keep them. What is your position?
Well, that's what, almost 160 years by my South San math?
Something crazy.
Like that,
okay. Yeah. What's the reasoning behind the proposal to eliminate them? I don't know.
Charity, you know that better than we do. Just a nuisance? What is it?
Yeah, it's a lot of motorists have complained about being stuck behind them. They move too slowly. There's concern about the well-being of the horses operating in extreme weather conditions, not to mention the load they're carrying. So a lot of discussion centers around, do we just move them to different hours or out of downtown into city parks versus an all-right ban?
Well, that seems defeatist. You can only go to like one area to get
downtown
on them, and you can't go through downtown.
Yeah.
I mean, if there's some documentation somewhere that it's, bad for the horses, then obviously, I'm okay with that. I've never been on one.
Neither have I.
I don't really have any personal feelings one way or the other. but being the tourist city that we are, it's probably, you see them in New York all the time.
Yeah.
New
In
York's
Central
got a whole
Park,
lot
yes.
more traffic. And are they just in Central Park?
Just in Central Park. You don't see them on
that's
the
probably
roads.
where somebody came up with the idea. Is there a specific individual leading the parade, so to speak, about getting them off the streets?
I think there was 1 or 2 council members that were in favor of a ban.
One or two, and how many do we have?
A bunch.
9.
at least.
See, and Charlie, I'm with you. I've never been on one, but I do realize, as Charity said earlier this morning, it is uniquely San Antonio to me. Part of the charm of San Antonio, if you're a visitor, especially, go down on the Riverwalk, visit the Alamo, visit the Missions, and look at these cool horse-drawn carriages through downtown. I just think it's part of our charm. Clearly, it's part of our history. And I'm still mad that the paddle boats went away 25 years
See,
ago.
I would be more for the paddle boats
Yeah.
back on the river. If you've ever been downtown and driving and you get stuck behind 1 or 2, it's a major pain. It really is.
But you're not a tourist. You're a local. And what do you do?
I just pay
downtown?
taxes. I just pay taxes.
Yeah,
You're
but
right. You're right. You're right. Yeah.
and take a chill pill and listen to OAI. And
I'd like to see, before I could actually say, one way or the other, I'd like to see some data on, what it may or may not be doing to the
horses,
health.
the traffic.
Yeah. I wouldn't worry about traffic. I mean, downtown's downtown. I mean,
yeah.
There's probably some woman probably someone in a car in front of you, driving too slow or haphazardly causing,
Because they're stuck behind a horse and carriage.
A horse, yeah.
Yeah, and speaking of a woman, it was Councilwoman Phyllis Villagran who led the original request for a ban, but she since has said she's open to a compromise.
The compromise
thanks
being
for trying to walk me into a sexist remark.
so
Not
the
going there.
compromise would be moving it to a park or something like that.
Right.
Okay, Brackenridge Park's the only thing I can think of that they could do
But
it.
see, now, hey,
then you're
man,
taking
let's
it out
take
of
one those
downtown.
horse-drawn carriages that we've heard about in San Antonio. Well, okay, let's go. What do we have to do? You go to Brackenridge Park.
See?
And you're staying at a hotel downtown.
Well, there's no other place downtown that's a park.
And dodge golf balls and
Yeah, there you go.
a little train and everything else that goes on.
And you'd have those horses going longer distances at parks versus just, quick stops through downtown.
There's nothing quick about them downtown. Trust me.
Yeah, but they're going. The people traveling on them are going short distances. When they're probably going from one restaurant to a hotel or another bar.
I don't think it's like a taxi though. I don't think you just
It's
jump in
romance.
and jump out. Yeah.
It's get on there with somebody you love and smooch.
Because nothing's more romantic than the smell of a horse. Let me tell you.
Well, again, it's history. It's old.
Yeah, it's been there since 1865. Yet none of us have been on one.
I've been on one. I said
Charity went on
yes.
one. That's right.
Well, and I haven't been to the Alamo in 15 or 20 years, but
Well,
it's a
that's your
big tourist
fault.
attraction. I've seen it. I know how it ends. I know the story.
Yeah, right.
I know what happened. All right. More coming up. We'll get you caught up on headlines, traffic, weather, and more. WOAI News Time, 847. Rosanna. I once went to a taco truck with Bobby Kimball. That's another story for another day. Charity McCurdy, what stories are you tracking?
Sunny skies and a few clouds today, tomorrow, and on Thursday. All 3 days, highs right around 100 degrees. It is 80 degrees at Fort Sam Houston, 79 in that sleepy little town down around San Antonio, China Grove, and 79 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 8:52.
San Antonio's first news. There he is. San Antonio's own Christopher Cross, the pride of Alamo Heights High School, skipping San Antonio on his summer 2024
Can you
tour.
blame him?
I'm just saying.
With a little help from Michael McDonald.
Yes, that's right. That's right. Now,
Not everything.
Now
I'm
we
telling you.
haven't spoken with Mayor Ron Nierenberg yet, Charlie, about your induction into the Texas Radio Hall of Fame, but I think this should come with a river parade of some kind.
Amen.
Is there going to be a Charlie Parker River Parade? Either that or a horse-drawn carriage?
I'm going to
Horse-drawn
say it
carriage parade.
again. I appreciate the honor, but I have never in my life been about any kind of validation. I just go through every day doing what I am asked or required to do, and that's enough.
But isn't it about time that you started reveling in some validation?
Yes. You've been nice for this many years. Time to
Hey,
just
man.
take it in, man. Come on.
Go to some restaurants, say, "Don't you know who I am?"
No.
That never works out well. I got to be honest with you.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't.
Well, I've never tried it.
I just know people that have tried it.
Charity?
I just think he should go around wearing a badge. Hello, my name is Texas Radio Hall of Famer. You know,
Which
Charlie
begs
Parker.
the question: when you sign autographs now in the NFL, you sign.
Oh, that's right.
You sign Roger Staubach, HOF 1985. So are you now going to sign autographs? Charlie Parker, HOF
I don't sign
2024.
autographs anyway. I don't.
Oh, you will at Opelka Con.
Yes, at
At
Opelka Con coming up, yes.
Yeah, you will. Your loving, adoring fans are going to want autographs.
Just not my thing. You know, y'all are just telling
That'll
me.
make 'em all the
you're
more
just telling me
valuable.
all the stuff that I've been hearing from my family since I found
Yes,
out.
we were
about
all at the
this
meeting.
last week.
You need to listen to
And
your
I'm
family.
telling them the same thing.
You will like it and you will enjoy it.
If you
That's
say
what they should be
so.
telling you right now. You will sit right there and enjoy it, mister.
A river parade. And
Did I mention that the Texas Radio Hall of Fame is in Kilgore, Texas?
Yes. That's
Why?
Okay,
far
there you
east
go.
of Texas.
Why? Why Kilgore?
I
Why not
have-
Austin?
Don't know.
Austin.
Well, capital of Texas.
Oh, okay.
Now, do you get a medal? Do you get an award?
A
What-
bust?
What do you get?
A bronze
I-
bust. That's a great idea. Hall of
Yeah.
You
Fame.
get a
Chartreuse
you
jacket.
get a free program, or you can buy additional programs for $4 that has your photo in there with all the other people who are being inducted that day, and you get a certificate.
So it is an honor.
Yes. I didn't say it wasn't an honor. I
No,
just
it's
said
an honor,
I'm just
You're not going.
not. Well, there are reasons for that. I had plans. I have a daughter's anniversary and another daughter's birthday that we scheduled a year ago. Kayla was born in late October. Jordan's anniversary is in early November,
So
and we're
you're
going
busy,
to
yeah.
Nashville again.
Family first.
Yeah.
Amen.
And I don't want to go to that either, to be quite honest with you.
You want to write you a note?
He
Yeah,
is.
I can do
please.
that.
He is soon to be officially Texas Radio Hall of Famer Charlie Parker. We have Glenn Beck, who's not in the Texas Radio Hall of Fame. He's coming up a little bit later. Charity in moments with all the news you need to know. Right now, your Sean Hannity Morning Minute. He wants me to say goodbye to the Adios, everybody. We will see you tomorrow. Thanks for hanging out. 5 a.m. tomorrow. Come join us again.